Chapter 955. Zhao Liangzi was so drunk he staggered and looked like he was about to slide off the sofa. Only Hu Xiaoheng remained indifferent and looked at him calmly. Yin Shixiang broke out in a cold sweat and finally punched the back of Zhao Liangzi's neck to knock him out. Hu Xiao, little Zhe had mixed feelings today and drank a little too much. Don't worry. Yin Shixiang stammered on Zhao Liangzi's behalf. Gu Nianji also wanted to say something, but Yin Shixiang quietly waved at her, so she could only shut her mouth. Hu Xiaoheng didn't look angry at all. He only stood up and said, "It's already a dereliction of duty to be this drunk after drinking so little. I'll send him back to sober him up, then have him submit a 10,000-word report. We'll talk about the subsequent punishment after he sobers up." As he spoke, he walked over to Zhao Liangzi and picked him up with one hand, dragging him out like a sack. Gu Nianji was speechless. Yin Shixiang wiped the sweat from his forehead and gave Gu Nianji a look to tell her to go after Hu Xiaoheng. He could tell that although Hu Xiaoheng didn't appear angry at all, he was definitely furious inside. It was just that people in their line of work were used to hiding their emotions. It was indeed unprofessional for Zhao Liangzi to suddenly go crazy like this. As Hu Xiaoheng said, this was dereliction of duty. The punishment would probably not be light. Yin Shixiang silently lit a candle for Zhao Liangzi. However, Gu Nianji was still thinking about the video on He Zhichu's phone. She still didn't know where He Zhichu got it from, so this was very important to her. "Brother Xiong, you and Chi-Chi go first. I'll go after paying the bill." Gu Nianji didn't chase after him. Instead, she winked at Ma Chi-Chi. "Chi-Chi, I'm sorry." Ma Chi-Chi quickly shook her head and smiled. It's fine. I'm fine. As long as you're happy." Yin Shixiang wanted to go back to the base to see Zhao Liangzi and use the opportunity to plead for him. "Then we'll go first." Yin Shixiang took Ma Chi-Chi's hand and smiled at Gu Nianji. "Nianji, I'm taking Chi-Chi back to my hometown for the new year. I want to wish you a happy new year in advance." Oh. He was going to meet his parents. Congratulations. Gu Nianji was sincerely happy for Ma Chi-Chi and asked, "When are you getting married? Let me know in advance when you've decided on a date. I'm going to give you a red packet." "That's for sure. I won't accept your red envelope if it's too little." "Nianji, all the best." Yin Shixiang chuckled as he patted her shoulder and nodded at He Zhichu. "Professor He, please take Nianji back." He Zhichu put his hands in his trouser pockets and nodded demurely. "Nianji knows how to drive my car." Gu Nianji, after Yin Shixiang and Ma Chi-Chi left, Gu Nianji and He Zhichu also left the private room to pay the bill at the front desk. However, the receptionist looked at the bill and said with a smile, "The bill has been settled. Please take care. It's already done." "Who is it?" Gu Nianji was very surprised and asked the restaurant's front desk for a signed bill. The name Hu Xiaoheng was written in a flamboyant style. It was so scribbled that most people would not be able to recognize it. Of course, Gu Nianji recognized it. When she was the most infatuated with Hu Xiaoheng, she even secretly copied his handwriting. Every night after she finished her homework, she would look at his notes and copy them over and over again. It was sincere and sweet, and it was like she had the whole world written in his handwriting. Now that she looked at his signature again, Gu Nianji discovered that her heart was as calm as still water. She put down the signed bill and noted down the amount. It wasn't much, and she could afford it. She would return the favor when she had the chance. Gu Nianji and He Zhichu walked out of the restaurant together. Both of them had driven their cars over. The snow on the ground was already thick and crunching when they stepped on it. Gu Nianji looked at her car and said hesitantly, "Professor He, let's sit in my car. I'll take you here tomorrow to pick up your car." He Zhichu rubbed his temples and nodded in agreement. "Okay, let's get in your car." The two of them sat in Gu Nianji's red Ferrari and drove out of the restaurant's parking lot. Gu Nianji drove He Jichu back to the professor's building at B University. On the way, Gu Nianji began to beat around the bush and asked He Jichu about the video. "Professor He, where did you get the video from?" He Jichu ignored her at first, but after she kept asking, He Jichu finally said dryly, "You kept it from me, so why should I tell you?" Gu Nianji was speechless. She lowered her head in shame and gripped the steering wheel as they got onto the highway. The situation from that morning was still vivid in her mind, but she didn't feel any psychological trauma at all. His courage could be said to have been trained. Gu Nianji sighed and said, "Professor He, I didn't want to keep it from you, but I was afraid you'd be worried. You knew I'd be worried, and you still did something like that?" He Jichu pulled up the video on his phone. "Look at you, you're playing with fire." Gu Nianji pursed her lips and listened to He Jichu scold her without saying a word. "What's going on with that oil tanker? Why did it keep staring at you? Why were only the two cars from the Ishihara Corporation colliding with the oil tanker? Where did you get the guts to play hard to get on the highway?" He Jichu threw out a series of questions, and Gu Nianji didn't know which to answer first. Because this matter was indeed a long story, and he didn't know where to start. Gu Nianji turned on the stereo as she drove, and the sound of the piano filled the small space in the car like flowing water. It had a calming effect. He Jichu was furious, and seeing that Gu Nianji didn't say a word, he became even angrier. "Why aren't you saying anything? Are you not going to tell me anything in the future?" Gu Nianji finally smiled and said, "Professor He, you're being too serious. I didn't want to keep it from you, I actually kept it from Huashao as well." He Jichu was speechless. Although he wasn't very satisfied with this answer, why did his mood miraculously improve? Gu Nianji acutely sensed that He Jichu's mood had improved, so she said, "I planned everything out. The Ishihara family wants my life, so I can't just sit and wait." "The Ishihara family wants your life?" He Jichu turned to look at her in shock. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Gu Nianji was also shocked. "Why would I tell you earlier? Are you saying you can take care of this family without breaking the law? If this kind of scum's family is destroyed, then so be it. Do you still need to talk about the law?" He Jichu snorted and turned to look at the night view outside the car window. After a while, he said, "Did you leave any evidence behind for what you did? Do you want me to clean up the mess for you?" Gu Nianji closed her eyes and said helplessly, "Professor He, what are you thinking? I really didn't do anything. The only thing I did was call for takeout, and when the oil truck was about to hit me, I suddenly sped up to escape the fate of being caught under the 18-wheeler truck." He Jichu frowned as he watched the video again and again. It really was as Gu Nianji said. He didn't know what Gu Nianji meant by calling for takeout, but it was very clear from the video that she suddenly sped up. Gu Nianji really didn't do anything. He Jichu breathed a sigh of relief. "You have to know the severity of the situation. I believe you wouldn't lie to me about something like this." He paused and continued to ask her, "How did you know that the Ishihara family wanted to harm you?" Gu Nianji glanced at him and said calmly, "Professor He, do you remember that I almost fell and became paralyzed?" "I remember. It was Ishihara Taro who did it." He Jichu was speechless. "Also, Ishihara Taro followed me for a long time to collect my whereabouts. He was determined to cause a car accident today." He Jichu recalled the car accident when Gu Nianji was 12 years old, and his heart completely softened. "Are you okay? Do you need to see a psychiatrist?" "I'm fine." Gu Nianji beamed with joy as she slapped the steering wheel. "I used my own strength to get rid of this grandfather and granddaughter once and for all, and also solved my own psychological problems." He Jichu pinched his brows. He felt a bit of a headache, but also a bit proud. He smiled and said, I didn't expect you to be like this, Nianji. Hee, Professor He, you flatter me. I'm not complimenting you. Gu Nianji didn't mind and continued to ask He Jichu, I've already confessed. Professor He, you also have to tell me where you got the video, right? I'm no longer your professor. He Jichu was suddenly very concerned about the way he addressed her. You can call me something else. Okay, Lawyer He. Gu Nianji smiled and changed the way she addressed him. Go ahead. He Jichu sighed and rubbed his fingers on his phone. Finally, he said, actually, I used to study computer science. The law was changed later on. Oh. That impressive. Gu Nianji expressed her sincere admiration. Then you have to teach me a few tricks. There will be opportunities in the future. He Jichu rested one hand on the side of the car window and propped his head up. He was lost in thought as he looked at the road ahead. The night was endless, and there seemed to be no end in sight. But this was only an illusion. In reality, the sun would eventually rise, and the suffering would also come to an end. Gu Nianji's mood lightened. She hummed quietly as she got off the highway. He Jichu hesitated for a moment before saying, Nianji, I'm going back to the United States tomorrow. I won't be back during the Lunar New Year. Gu Nianji replied with an oh, and didn't mind. Professor He, you're also going back for the Lunar New Year, right? Then I wish you a happy Lunar New Year in advance. He Jichu nodded. He originally wanted to say that he would explain everything when he got back, then come back to spend time with her and never leave again. But seeing Gu Nianji's relaxed expression, he didn't say it. It was He Jichu's own decision to stay in the Huaxia Empire to accompany Gu Nianji from now on. He didn't want to say it out loud and make Gu Nianji feel pressured. He wanted her to be sincere, not pity, sympathy, or charity. If she still couldn't fall in love with him, then he was willing to admit defeat. This is the third update. Today's third update is asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Mwax, everyone. Chapter 956. Whoosh. A bucket of cold water splashed onto him. The muddle-headed Zhao Liangzi jumped up from the ground with a howl. Who the F***ck? He wiped his face with his hand and was about to curse when he suddenly saw Hua Xiaoheng standing in front of him with his hands behind his back. His face was so handsome that it made one speechless, but he still looked calm and collected, as if he had not just splashed a pail of ice water on him. Zhao Liangzi's legs went limp, and he almost knelt in front of Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng was wearing knee-high army boots. He raised his foot and kicked Zhao Liangzi, causing him to roll on the ground. Sober. Acting like a drunkard after drinking a little. I can fire you if you behave like this. Hua Xiaoheng spoke calmly. His voice wasn't loud, and his tone wasn't fierce, but it was terrifying to Zhao Liangzi. Hua Xiaoheng, I was wrong. Zhao Liangzi almost kowtowed to Hua Xiaoheng. I shouldn't have pretended to be crazy and made fun of you. You can punish me if you want, but please don't fire me. Don't fire me. Zhao Liangzi instantly burst into tears. Deep fear shrouded his heart. He finally realized that no matter what kind of relationship breaking up, it couldn't compare to the pain of being fired from the special forces. Regardless of whether he had a girlfriend or not, his pain was bearable. The only thing he couldn't bear in life was being excluded from the special forces. He was a man kneeling on the ground and crying like a child. Hua Xiaoheng didn't try to persuade him. He just quietly looked down at him. Only when he was exhausted and hoarse from crying did he walk over to a nearby chair and sit down. He crossed his legs and calmly said, "Have you cried enough?" Zhao Liangzi sniffled and nodded vigorously. He stared at the water stains on the floor. They were left by Hua Xiaoheng pouring cold water on him. He didn't dare look up at Hu Xiaoheng. Of course I have to punish you. Do you know why I'm going to punish you? Zhao Liangzi recalled what he had said in the private room and regretted it so much that he wanted to cut off his tongue. He mustered up the courage to raise his head and make a zipping motion with his hand. Don't worry, Hu Xiao. I won't speak carelessly in the future, and I definitely won't make fun of you. Hu Xiaoheng shook his head and stood up from his chair. Do you think I'm punishing you because you made fun of me? With that, he walked towards the door. Zhao Liangzi panicked and jumped over to hug Hu Xiaoheng's military boots. Hu Xiao, don't go. I know I was wrong. Hu Xiaoheng still had his hands behind his back and didn't turn around. He stared straight ahead and said, unmoved, Little Zay, your specialty is technology. You don't have many opportunities to go out into the field, and you've never been stationed abroad. I'm thinking that this isn't good for you. Zhao Liangzi sheepishly withdrew his hand and pushed himself up from the floor. He muttered. Am I that bad? Yes, based on your performance today, if you were out in the field, the enemy would have discovered your flaws long ago. If you're not honored now, then you're sacrificed. Hu Xiaoheng glanced back at him. Honor and sacrifice mean the same thing, Hu Xiaoheng. Zhao Liangzi gestured at him. I'm not afraid. Wasn't it just death? People in this line of work had long since disregarded life and death. Yes, because I didn't want to say it had another meaning. Hu Xiaoheng turned around and stared at Zhao Liangzi. A trace of coldness gradually appeared in his eyes. Or do you want me to say that you've betrayed us? Absolutely not. Zhao Liangzi jerked his head up and his eyes widened. I'd rather die than betray you. Little Zay, I think you have some misunderstandings. Betrayal is not considered betrayal when you can't handle the torture. Unintentional leaking of secrets is also considered betrayal. Hu Xiaoheng's voice was completely cold. Because of your momentary distraction, many of our colleagues may have been sacrificed abroad. Have you thought about it? Zhao Liangzi's expression gradually changed. His voice was hoarse. Hu Xiaoheng, I understand. If you can't control your emotions, then don't do this line of work. Hu Xiaoheng warned him again. Otherwise, you'll harm others and yourself. You'll cause irreparable damage to the country and the military at any moment. Zhao Liangzi finally accepted Hu Xiaoheng's criticism sincerely. He rubbed the back of his neck with lingering fear. Hu Xiaoheng, I'll never do it again. Hu Xiaoheng looked at him coldly for a while. Seeing that he was truly remorseful, he finally nodded. His voice softened. I know this is your first time in a relationship. It's normal for your emotions to fluctuate. Only a man who has been in love and broken up is a real man. Hu Xiaoheng patted him on the shoulder. Good luck. I'll wait for the day you get dumped. With that, he sauntered away. Zhao Liangzi suddenly understood that he had still been played. He gritted his teeth as he looked at Hu Xiaoheng's back. The word "ba" was stuck in his throat. He almost choked to death. He and Big Xiong were lucky to have not been played to death by this kind of boss. He had just been sanctimoniously criticizing and educating him from the bottom of his heart. He really thought that he had no selfish motives at all. He had cried so hard that he wanted to dig his heart out. In the end, he still had to return the words that he had said to him. Zhao Liangzi cursed silently, but he remembered Hu Xiaoheng's words. He didn't dare to indulge his true emotions again. Although he felt that Hu Xiaoheng had abused his power for personal gain, on the surface, he was really doing it for his own good. If he had been in the field at this time, who knew how much information the other party's smarter agents would have gotten from him, Zhao Liangzi took a deep breath and pushed the door open to leave. As soon as he returned to his room and changed his clothes, his orderly knocked on the door. Chief Hu wants you to go to his office. Zhao Liangzi quickly adjusted his regular clothes and put on a woolen military coat. He went to Hu Xiaoheng's office. Hu Xiaoheng, is there anything else? Are you going to continue punishing me? Zhao Liangzi stood respectfully in front of Hu Xiaoheng's desk. Hu Xiaoheng pointed to the chair opposite him. Sit. Zhao Liangzi sat up straight and looked at Hu Xiaoheng intently. Hu Xiaoheng took out a transfer order from the printer and handed it to Zhao Liangzi. Our department has always wanted to establish a base in Africa. It is also to test the global coverage of the Nanda satellite. It just so happens that they lack a leader. I see that you are outstanding in your work and have both intelligence and courage, so I'm sending you. Zhao Liangzi pursed his lips and didn't dare to say anything. He took the transfer order from Hu Xiaoheng and glanced at it. Ha! I'm leaving tomorrow. Can I wait until after the new year? Hu Xiaoheng didn't say anything. He looked at Zhao Liangzi quietly, one hand tapping on the desk. The tapping wasn't loud, but in Zhao Liangzi's ears, it was deafening like a machine gun. Zhao Liangzi glanced at Hu Xiaoheng and his voice became softer and softer until he finally said, "Okay." He held the transfer order and took a deep breath. He stood at attention and gave Hu Xiaoheng a very standard military salute. Special Operations Forces Deputy Chief Zhao Liangzi accepts the mission. Hu Xiaoheng finally nodded slightly and closed his eyes. He said calmly, "There's no need to celebrate the new year. We'll leave immediately. As for your girlfriend, you've been pursuing her for so long. It's her turn to pursue you. I'll watch out for you." Zhao Liangzi was about to cry again from Hu Xiaoheng's sarcasm, but he still couldn't say a word. He couldn't show any of his true emotions. He squeezed out a bitter smile. "Don't worry, Hu Xiaoheng. If it's mine, it's mine. If it's not mine, there's no point in pursuing it. I've thought it through." "Okay, it's good that you've thought it through." Hu Xiaoheng waved his hand to dismiss him. Zhao Liangzi turned around and walked 2 steps before turning back to say, "Hu Xiaoheng, the German Federal Intelligence Services system that Nianji sent back is still being deciphered. Who do you think will take over?" He continued, "Actually, I think the best person is Nianji. She was the one who obtained this information, so I won't be satisfied with anyone else getting the credit." Hu Xiaoheng looked up at him and said calmly, "You should do it. No one else needs to take over." "Me? But I'm going to Africa." Zhao Liangzi was full of resentment. Not only in Africa, but also on a small island in the Strait of Gibraltar in the southernmost part of Africa. It was said to be a place where transportation is basically by walking, communication is basically by shouting, ships can't go ashore, and entertainment is basically by hand. How could they continue to decipher information in such a place? Hu Xiaoheng folded his hands and placed them on the desk. He squinted his eyes and smiled. "That's why we need you to go and set up our equipment there. Not only will there be power generation equipment, but there will also be a base station and a network. You can completely change the situation if a transportation is basically by walking, communication is basically by shouting, ships can't go ashore. However, entertainment is still by hand. There's no other way, unless your girlfriend goes to visit you." The corners of Zhao Liangzi's mouth twitched. He found that he was finally calm. So what if he was dumped? If he could really build that small island, he would be the owner of the island, Zhao Liangzi chuckled. "Okay. I'll listen to Hu Xiaoheng. It's better than going to the kitchen and raising pigs." Hu Xiaoheng laughed and said slowly, "Don't say I didn't remind you. You also have to raise pigs on the island." Zhao Liangzi thought that Hu Xiaoheng had already taught him to be immune to poison, but when he heard the words, "raise pigs on the island," his expression still changed. "Hu Xiaoheng, are you serious? Pigs are man's best friend. Don't look down on pigs. If you want to change your diet on the island, you have to earn your own living. Hu Xiaoheng said meaningfully and crooked his finger at him. Come here. Zhao Liangzi moved closer and asked warily. What's the matter? Hu Xiaoheng nodded meaningfully and whispered in Zhao Liangzi's ear. It said that that's where MH210 crashed. You're going there to develop the land. The most important thing is to find the truth behind the crash. Hu Xiaoheng paused. If you want to find Gu Xiangwen, you have to start from that small island. Zhao Liangzi looked at Hu Xiaoheng as if he had just woken up from a dream. He had thought that Hu Xiaoheng was really using his position for personal gain. It turned out that he had been too naive. The person in front of him was the best at making use of all favorable and unfavorable conditions to serve the interests of his country. Zhao Liangzi was completely loyal to Hu Xiaoheng. The slight resentment he had originally had disappeared. He carefully folded the transfer order. Hu Xiaoheng, don't worry. Just let them think that I was punished. That's convenient. That was the only way to cover up their deepest motives. Hu Xiaoheng leaned back in his seat and said calmly, yes, especially your two girlfriends. They have to believe that you angered me, so I punished you and sent you to Africa. This was the first update. Today was the third update, asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Monthly votes were 2,100 plus updates at 1 p.m. Third update at 7 p.m. Chapter 957. Two Girlfriends. Zhao Liangzi wanted to cry out, I haven't even settled one yet, how can I have two girlfriends? Hu Xiao, don't talk nonsense. How can I be human if others find out? He was two-timing, and now he was labeled as a scumbag. He could forget about being with his sweetheart ever again. Hu Xiao. The brilliant, mighty, and unparalleled Hu Xiao, please don't slap me in the face. Zhao Liangzi bowed to Hu Xiaoheng, wanting to prostrate himself to show his complete repentance and surrender. He was completely subdued by Hu Xiaoheng and didn't dare to cause trouble again. Hu Xiaoheng curled his lips, isn't that the case? Little Zhe, maybe you're confused by the situation, but I'm a bystander. Zhao Liangzi wanted to sew his mouth shut. Hu Xiaoheng remembered every word that he and Yin Shixiang had said to Hu Xiaoheng and Nianji back then. Now he was taking the opportunity to slap them in the face. Okay, think carefully about which one you like. I don't care how many girlfriends you have in Africa, but you can only have one when you're back in the Hua Xia Empire. Hu Xiaoheng looked at Zhao Liangzi meaningfully. Zhao Liangzi suddenly felt uncomfortable. He felt like he had become bait, or like the peach in Two Peaches Kill Three Men. Hu Xiao, we have to be clear about this. Zhao Liangzi's mind inadvertently flashed with Bai Shuang's red eyes from crying. What do you mean? Work is work, and feelings are feelings. I know how to differentiate. I don't mean anything. It's best if you can differentiate, but it's okay if you can't. Africa is so far away anyway, so there's not much you can do even if you fail. What I don't see, I don't grieve over. Hu Xiaoheng waved his hand, go, don't come to say goodbye tomorrow. I'll wait for your Spring Festival message from Africa. I'll help you read the overseas congratulatory telegram at the Spring Festival Gala. Hu Xiaoheng curled his lips into a half-smile. Zhao Liangzi imagined the awkward overseas congratulatory telegram and video call at the Spring Festival Gala and shuddered. Hu Xiao, spare me. Don't you feel embarrassed? He turned to leave, determined not to contact Hu Xiao again before he settled in Africa. Who knew how many more pitfalls were waiting for him? After Zhao Liangzi left, Hu Xiaoheng sat behind his desk for a while before standing up and pacing around the office with his arms crossed. Looking at the sky outside the window, it was already late at night. He looked at his watch. It was 10 minutes to 12. He wondered if Nianji had gone back yet. Hu Xiaoheng thought about it for a while, then put on his Bluetooth headset and called Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji walked He Jichu to the B University professor's building. Professor He, are you alright? Drink some honey water when you get back. It will help you get over the hangover. Gu Nianji was a bit worried about He Jichu's condition. She kept feeling that he was a bit absent-minded. She wasn't sure if it was because he had too much to drink or because he was in a bad mood. She looked down to see He Jichu's slender and clean fingers on the black car door handle. She murmured, Professor He, I didn't mean to hide it from you. He Jichu turned to look at her, his shimmering, sultry eyes flashing. Yeah, then you have to tell me if anything happens in the future. I'm different from Hu Xiaoheng. I won't scold you. Whatever you want to do, I'll help you achieve it. Gu Nianji smiled sheepishly and lowered her head even more. Professor He, it's not good for you to be like this. You'll spoil me, how could that be? He Jichu laughed. His voice was as gentle and warm as the spring breeze. My little Nianji can't be spoiled no matter how much I spoil her. I know that. Such an affectionate tone and unabashed attitude made Gu Nianji's scalp tingle. The high wall she had built in her heart was actually in danger of collapsing. She closed her eyes. She didn't know why, but she felt more and more familiar with He Jichu. Could it really be as He Jichu had said, that she had known him since she was very young? Gu Nianji couldn't help but want to touch the forbidden areas in her memory again. She wanted to break through the haze and see the hidden truth. But as usual, she couldn't remember anything no matter how hard she tried. The fire when she was 12 seemed to have burned away her past. Not a speck of dust remained. He Jichu saw that Gu Nianji's eyes were half closed. In the dim car lights, her face was pale. Are you thinking about the past again? He Jichu held her hand and found that her palms were sweaty. His heart ached as he wiped her hands with a tissue. Don't think about it anymore. The past is the past. I don't even care about it anymore. What are you thinking about? Gu Nianji's eyelashes fluttered. She slowly opened her eyes. It wasn't that she wasn't disappointed, but she didn't want to add to He Jichu's psychological burden. She quietly leaned against the steering wheel. After a while, she said, Professor He, I said I'm no longer your professor. He Jichu finally couldn't help but correct her again. Gu Nianji smiled. But I like to call you Professor He. It's very intimate and considerate. Like a relative. He Jichu was speechless. He opened the car door and got out without a word. He closed the door and walked to the lobby of the professor's building without looking back. Gu Nianji shook her head with a smile. She locked the car door and drove to her apartment in the Hepingli district. It was almost midnight. The B University campus was quiet. Most of the students had already gone home for the winter break. A few people stayed to study or work. But at this time, most people were already asleep. Gu Nianji yawned and also felt a bit sleepy. As soon as she drove out of the south gate of B University, she heard Hu Xiaoheng's personal ringtone. She put on her Bluetooth headset and answered the call. Hu Xiao. Her voice was a bit hoarse and carried a sense of lethargy. Hu Xiaoheng froze. Still outside. He thought he could hear the sound of the wind, but it was actually his imagination. Gu Nianji sat in the car with the windows down. Where did the wind come from? Gu Nianji grunted. I just sent Professor He back to the professor's building. Hu Xiaoheng pursed his lips and deliberately ignored what Gu Nianji said. He said directly, Did Professor He invite you to his house for the New Year this year? Gu Nianji was stunned. Why would he invite me to his house for the New Year? Ha! Hu Xiaoheng laughed and said calmly, Didn't he want to pursue you? Isn't it perfect to take you home to meet his parents during the New Year? His tone was very normal, so it was impossible for Gu Nianji to detect any jealousy in it. Hu Hu Xiaoheng had deliberately not mentioned celebrating the new year with Gu Nianji this year because he was observing He Jichu's reaction and whether he would take the opportunity to take Gu Nianji back to his house. Of course, the result was beyond his expectations. He Jichu had gone back for the new year, but he had gone alone and did not take Gu Nianji home. Haha, Hu Xiao is overthinking it. Professor, he is not Brother Xiong in a hurry to take his girlfriend home. Gu Nianji sneered and turned the steering wheel to the main road in front of the Hepingli district. After a short drive, they entered the Hepingli district. Hu Xiaoheng was about to continue the conversation when he suddenly remembered something and immediately stopped talking about why He Jichu did not take Gu Nianji home to meet his parents. He quietly changed the topic. Nianji, how do you plan to spend the new year this year? Gu Nianji had always spent the new year with Hu Xiaoheng in the past. Now that they were still broken up, she was too embarrassed to mention spending the new year with Hu Xiaoheng. Especially since Hu Xiaoheng did not seem to have any intention of inviting her. Gu Nianji parked the car in the parking lot. After turning off the lights, she looked around to make sure there was no one else in the parking lot before opening the door and getting out. She carried her small bag into the elevator and said dryly, "I'm spending it alone. I finally graduated and became independent, so of course I have to enjoy the new year by myself." Hu Xiaoheng walked to the balcony and placed both hands on the railing. He thought for a while and said, "I have to be on duty during the new year. Why don't you come to the base and spend it with me?" Ha! Gu Nianji took out her key card and opened the door. She shook her head and refused. "No need. You can't be distracted when you're on duty. I'm fine by myself. I still want to go on a trip during the new year." Hu Xiaoheng heard that she had already entered the house and nodded. "Okay, then we'll talk about it when the time comes." He hung up. Gu Nianji threw her small bag on the sofa and lay down for a while. After a tiring day, she was physically and mentally exhausted. Gu Nianji did not even have time to wash up before falling asleep on the sofa. She slept soundly and didn't wake up until noon the next day. She habitually took out her phone and saw that He Jichu had already called her a few times. She had missed all of them. He Jichu left her a message saying that he had already taken his private plane back to the United States. He told her to enjoy the new year and not to run around. He also told her to remember to call his personal number if anything happened. Then, Ma Qiqi and Yin Shixiang happily went to Yin Shixiang's hometown to celebrate the new year with his parents. Gu Nianji found it funny when she saw their messages. Her mood immediately improved. For the next few days, she lived a very fulfilling life. She cleaned every corner of the house and went to the flower market to buy a lot of New Year's flowers to decorate her room. She also bought a lot of ingredients and put them in the fridge. She planned to cook New Year's Eve dinner alone this year. However, her plan did not succeed. On the morning of New Year's Eve, she was startled awake by a knock on the door. She put on her sleeping robe and looked at the screen to see that it was Song Jining standing at the door. Gu Nianji opened the door in surprise. "Auntie Song, why are you here? It's New Year's Eve today." Song Jining looked at her with a smile and pushed her into the bathroom. "Quick, take a shower and get changed. We're going to the new house I bought." "Nianji, I'm all alone. I don't even have anyone to spend New Year's with. Do something good and spend New Year's with me, okay?" This is the second update. Monthly votes of 2,100 plus updates have arrived. Today is the third update. I'm asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Third update at 7 p.m. Mwah. P.S. How about a small theater and a special Weibo post? Of course, there are in the group too. Chapter 958. Oh. Gu Nianji was shocked. "Why are you spending the new year alone?" "You." Gu Nianji was about to say that Song Jining had a son and a husband, but she immediately remembered she couldn't say that. Hu Xiaohing's son had to be on duty during the new year and might even have to go down to the village to greet the soldiers. Hu Guanchen was her ex-husband and they had a falling out a long time ago, so it was impossible for them to spend the new year together. Hu Guanchen was also a general and the director of the political department. He would also be out during the new year and wouldn't be able to spend the new year with her. Song Jinning's father had passed away in that accident 18 years ago. So Song Jinning was like her, she was actually all alone. She didn't have any family to begin with, so it wasn't like she had lost them. Song Jinning, on the other hand, had a family, but it was like she didn't have one. Thinking about it, it was actually worse than her. Gu Nianji treated Song Jinning even better because of this. Also, when the great beauty smiled and said that she was all alone, Gu Nianji immediately wanted to spend the new year with her. Okay, I'll agree to anything you say. Gu Nianji hurriedly took a shower and changed into the clothes she had prepared for the new year. She was wearing Chanel's latest bright red flower skirt, paired with a dark brown Burberry slim-fit sheepskin coat, and a pair of knee-high high-heeled boots with a wool lining inside. It was a rare pair of high-heeled boots in UGG that had a sense of fashion. She grabbed the red Hermes Berlin bag that Hu Xiaohing had bought for her and put her phone, car keys, card, and wallet inside. She also put in a pair of sunglasses, a pack of tissues, and a piece of chocolate before following Song Jinning out. Auntie Song, did you drive here? Gu Nianji looked around and didn't see Song Jinning's car. Song Jinning shook her head with a smile. I took a taxi. It's so convenient now. Let's take another one. Gu Nianji was speechless. Then let's take my car. Gu Nianji took Song Jinning to the underground parking lot. Oh, this is your car. It's so beautiful, it matches your outfit today. Song Jinning couldn't stop praising it. Gu Nianji suddenly remembered that Hu Xiaohing had given her the car. She blushed but still said, this is Hu Xiao's car. Auntie, if you like it, you can take it. She purposely didn't mention that Hu Xiaohing had gifted it to her. If she did, Song Jinning would never accept it. But even if she didn't say it, Song Jinning wouldn't want it. She smiled and said, there's no need. I'm in the lab every day and rarely use the car. You should drive. Besides, this car suits you so well. Even the door has your name on it. Gu Nianji blushed. I forgot about that. She smiled sheepishly and opened the car door for Song Jinning to get in. Then she got into the driver's seat. The interior of the bright red sports car was completely black, and the red and black corresponded with each other. It was indeed very eye-catching, and one could tell at a glance that it was expensive. Song Jinning carefully looked at the decorations in the car and immediately understood that this car was definitely her son's handiwork. The interior didn't look like a little princess at all. Instead, it was simple and low-key. Everything focused on comfort and cleanliness. Song Jinning clicked her tongue and thought about how to help her son fill in the gaps and win back Gu Nianji's maiden heart. Gu Nianji didn't know what Song Jinning was planning. She was just a little nervous. Because Song Jinning was sitting in the car, she drove especially carefully. Fortunately, it was New Year's Eve, so there was no traffic on the roads. She followed Song Jinning's directions and smoothly drove all the way to Song Jinning's newly bought apartment. Of course, the location was top-notch. It was an apartment on the third ring road of the imperial capital with excellent privacy and environment. It was also in the same building as the apartment that Hu Xiaohing had bought for Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji muttered to herself, is this really not a coincidence? Song Jinning didn't seem to know that Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaohing used to have a love nest here. She even enthusiastically introduced the apartments to her. Nianji, your apartment in Hepingli is not bad, but it's fine when you're a student. Will it be inconvenient if you still live there when you're working? Why don't you move in here and live with me? Song Jinning warmly invited her. Look, I have a lot of rooms here. Song Jining showed Gu Nianji around one by one. Indeed, her apartment was much bigger than the one that Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng used to live in. It was a duplex and had a total of 6 bedrooms, 2 study rooms, 4 bathrooms, and a living room large enough to hold a ball. There were also 2 dining rooms and 2 kitchens. There was a small kitchen upstairs, and the main kitchen downstairs. Gu Nianji was amazed. She didn't even dare to ask how much the apartment cost. As Song Jining spoke, she took her to a bedroom on the 2nd floor facing south. As soon as she opened the door, Gu Nianji was almost blinded by the pink, princess-themed decor. Nianji, this is the room I specially reserved for you. Song Jining took her hand. It's okay even if you and Xiaoheng don't work out. I like you. Anyway, if you do, you'll be my daughter-in-law. If not, you'll be my goddaughter and have to call me mom. Gu Nianji's eyes immediately reddened. This kind of love from a female elder was too precious to her. Back at Ma Qiqi's home, she had secretly envied Ma Qiqi's mother, Mom. Gu Nianji couldn't help but try calling out. Her plump, curvy lips were tightly pressed together. The tip of her tongue pressed against her teeth, and she gently spat out a syllable. The sound broke through her lips, like sesame glutinous rice balls rolling in water, then scooped up and placed in her mouth. It was so delicious and sweet. You're my daughter. Song Jining hugged her shoulders, also a bit moved. I used to dream of having a daughter, but I didn't think I'd have a son like Xiaoheng. After that, I didn't have the chance to have another child anymore. Gu Nianji didn't say a word. She hugged Song Jining's arm tightly and leaned her head on her shoulder. Her love for Song Jining was obvious. Song Jining pulled her inside and walked around the apartment. Nianji, you can stay here, okay? After the new year, you can move your things here. I don't usually come back anyway. I live in the dormitory at the Physics Institute. It's no different from you living alone. Although Gu Nianji was very attached to the feeling Song Jining gave her, she still declined. Auntie, don't worry. I'll come visit you after the holidays. Gu Nianji pulled Song Jining out of the room. What are we eating for New Year's Eve dinner today? Song Jining smiled. I'll make some fried rice and send it over to Xiaoheng. He loved my fried rice when he was young. Gu Nianji was speechless. Was it really okay to only eat fried rice for New Year's? Gu Nianji realized that someone was even more ignorant than she was. She didn't think she was looking down on her. Instead, she thought Song Jining was even more adorable. This Madame Song was such a wonderful person. Gu Nianji looked at Song Jining and couldn't help thinking that such a beauty was really going to dedicate her entire life to scientific research. Nianji, can you send it over for me later? Song Jining turned on the rice cooker to cook first, then went to prepare the ingredients for the fried rice. Gu Nianji looked at Song Jining's fridge and saw that there were plenty of ingredients. She took out 2 T-bone steaks, melted the butter in a pan, and began frying the steaks. Steak was a dish that mainly relied on the ingredients. If the ingredients were good, the dish was basically a success. Heat control wasn't important, and it could be cooked as well as it was needed. Gu Nianji made 2 large T-bone steaks for Hu Xiaoheng. They were medium rare, and she squeezed some lemon and pear juice onto the steaks. The aroma instantly hit their nostrils. Even Song Jining, who was cooking the fried rice, couldn't stop praising it and asked Gu Nianji to make a few more steaks later. Of course, Gu Nianji agreed readily. The two worked together and quickly made fried rice and steaks. Gu Nianji also brought a box of washed organic blueberries as fruit. She placed them in a food container and sent it to Hu Xiaoheng. This was the 3rd update. Today was the 3rd update, asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Mwah. P.S. Mao Han's Weibo, Writer's Cambrian. You can search it. There was also a fan club's Weibo, Cambrian Fan Club. The Cambrian Records was a record of notes, not a record of records. Chapter 959. Gu Nianji drove to the gate of the Special Operations Forces headquarters base and told the guard at the gate where she came from. The guard also recognized her. Gu Nianji used to go in and out of the base often. After Hu Xiaoheng married her, he gave her a special pass. Gu Nianji didn't recognize this marriage, so of course, she didn't need the special pass that Hu Xiaoheng gave her. Although the guard at the gate knew her, he couldn't let her in if she couldn't produce the pass. Gu Nianji called Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng and two of his trusted subordinates who were on duty during the Spring Festival were doing an annual inspection of the system in the central control room on the 6th floor of the basement. The huge supercomputer, as well as all kinds of emergency equipment and power generation devices throughout the basement, were checked and inventoried by the three of them. Half of his body was numb, and a large piece of his right arm had been electrocuted. He was in so much pain that he couldn't even lift it. The two subordinates hurriedly applied medicine to his wound, took a fixed splint, and tied up his arm. Hu Xiaoheng sat to the side and watched them continue working. At that moment, the Bluetooth headset he was wearing indicated that there was a call coming in and told him that it was from Gu Nianji. Hu Xiaoheng was slightly startled, but quickly picked up the call. Nianji, what happened? Hu Xiaoheng's intuition told him that something had happened for her to call him on New Year's Eve. Gu Nianji had been busy trying to distance herself from him, so he didn't think that she was calling him for New Year's. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and whispered. Auntie Song made you fried rice and asked me to bring it to you for New Year's Eve dinner. She paused and said in an even quieter voice, and 2 steaks. I cooked them. Hu Xiaoheng raised his eyebrows. How did Gu Nianji get involved with Madame Song? He walked to the elevator and said, Madame Song went to your place. Gu Nianji shook her head and walked back and forth in front of the gate of the Special Operations Forces headquarters base. Auntie Song came to find me and said that no one would spend New Year's with her, so she dragged me to her house. Hu Xiaoheng was relieved. As long as nothing happened, it was fine. Then he felt a sense of novelty. His mother, Madame Song, was actually a real nerd. Although she was beautiful, she had never been interested in people. She was most interested in her laboratory. He really didn't expect Miss Song to have such thoughts. In that case, Miss Song really wanted Gu Nianji to be her daughter-in-law. Hu Xiaoheng couldn't help laughing. Madame Song's IQ discrimination couldn't be any better. Putting everything else aside, out of so many women, Madame Song probably only liked Gu Nianji's IQ. Hu Xiaoheng exited the building, found a car, and drove to the gate with his left hand. The main gate of the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces was quite a distance away from their office and living area. If he were to walk, it would probably take him 10 to 20 minutes. It took them less than 5 minutes to arrive at the gate. Hu Xiaoheng got out of the car and waved at the guards at the door. He took out his special pass and said, "She can come in with me." Hu Xiaoheng's special pass was of the highest level, and he could bring 4 people in at once. Gu Nianji's eyes widened when she saw Hu Xiaoheng's right arm hanging from his neck with a splint. Mr. Hu, your arm. It's nothing, just a small injury. Hu Xiaoheng patted his right arm nonchalantly. The guards at the door saluted and watched as Hu Xiaoheng pulled Gu Nianji into the car. Gu Nianji actually didn't want to get in the car. She planned to leave after giving the food box to Hu Xiaoheng. However, Hu Xiaoheng extended his uninjured left hand to her, and Gu Nianji found that she couldn't refuse. Her eyes never left Hu Xiaoheng's right arm. Is Brother Chen here? Did he shine a light on you? Gu Nianji looked at Hu Xiaoheng holding the steering wheel with his left hand. It was very inconvenient, and she was a little worried. Chen Lai went back for the new year. Hu Xiaoheng finally inserted the car key into the keyhole. He was rather clumsy. My car is still parked at the gate. Gu Nianji glanced behind her, then looked at Hu Xiaoheng's right arm hanging. There are guards at the gate, and you're still afraid that someone will steal your car. Hu Xiaoheng gave her a sidelong glance. The thief who stole the car from the entrance of the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces hasn't been born yet. Don't worry. Gu Nianji looked back at her bright red sports car and turned to Hu Xiaoheng. I'll drive. Hu Xiaoheng had been waiting for her to say that. He immediately got out of the driver's seat and let Gu Nianji sit beside him. He went around to the passenger seat and sat down. Gu Nianji had been driving a sports car to and from school every day, and her driving skills had indeed improved. Under Hu Xiaoheng's directions, she quickly stopped in front of Hu Xiaoheng's official residence. Gu Nianji opened the car door to let Hu Xiaoheng out. You're not going in. Hu Xiaoheng saw that Gu Nianji had no intention of going in, so he didn't force her. He extended his uninjured left hand to her. Then give me the food box. You can go back. Gu Nianji poked her head out to look at his official residence. Where are your guards? There are also orderlies. Let them take you in. Hu Xiaoheng was injured, and it was his right arm that was injured. It would probably be inconvenient for him to go about his daily life. Fortunately, Hu Xiaoheng had orderlies, so Gu Nianji wasn't worried about that. However, Hu Xiaoheng shook his head and said calmly, I gave them the day off. I'm the only one here this year. Gu Nianji was speechless. She originally wanted to leave after delivering the food, but she saw that Hu Xiaoheng's right arm was injured and he didn't even have an orderly with him. She didn't know how he was going to survive the next few days, so her heart softened. She said gloomily, Aren't you going to invite me in? That's exactly what I wanted. I was just afraid that you wouldn't go in. Hu Xiaoheng moved closer to her ear and whispered, You rejected me too many times. Gu Nianji was speechless. She felt like the Monkey King who couldn't escape Buddha's grasp, so she hung her head and followed him inside. There used to be guards at the entrance of Hu Xiaoheng's official residence, and there were also guards and orderlies inside. There were people inside and out. However, when she went in today, she realized that there was no one there. They were all gone. Gu Nianji looked around in shock. Hu Xiao, don't tell me that even the chefs are on leave. She thought that Hu Xiaoheng would at least have someone stay to cook for New Year's Eve dinner. Hu Xiaoheng took Gu Nianji's food box and placed it on the dining table. He smiled faintly. The chefs are also orderlies. I'm on leave. I'm on duty anyway, so I can eat in the cafeteria. There's no need to keep them from reuniting with their families. For soldiers, New Year's Eve was the only time they could look forward to. Then you can actually bring Auntie Song over to celebrate the New Year with you. Gu Nianji hinted. Auntie Song is quite lonely by herself. Hu Xiaoheng shook his head. Nianji, do you really think that Madame Song is afraid of being lonely? As researchers, the last thing they're afraid of is loneliness. They're more than happy to be able to do experiments alone in peace. Gu Nianji obviously disagreed. Even if Auntie Song likes to do experiments, it's New Year's Eve. It's not a normal holiday. Hu Xiao, are you really going to ignore Auntie Song? She didn't care what Song Jining was thinking. She only knew that New Year's Eve was different. It's not that I'm ignoring her, but Madame Song has her own thoughts. I can't do anything about it. Hu Xiaoheng opened the food box and took out fried rice, a box of T-bone steak, and a box of blueberries. He put them on his plate and sat down. His left hand clumsily picked up the knife and fork to cut the steak. It was obvious that the one-armed general couldn't cut the steak. Gu Nianji couldn't stand it anymore. She took the plate from Hu Xiaoheng's hand and took the knife and fork with both hands. She cut the two steaming T-bone steaks into small pieces and pushed them back. Hu Xiaoheng didn't pick up the knife and fork to eat himself. Instead, he smiled at her, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth. Gu Nianji understood. She picked up the knife and forked a piece of steak, and fed it to Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng swallowed the steak. He felt like he had never eaten such delicious steak before. He looked at Gu Nianji with a smile. You cooked this? Gu Nianji nodded. Is it still edible? Although Hu Xiaoheng could eat anything and wasn't picky about food, he was actually very picky. He hid what was delicious and what wasn't. He usually didn't express his opinion. It's not just edible. It's very delicious. It's even better than the Kobe steak from the top kosher cuisine I had in Japan all those years ago. Hu Xiaoheng opened his mouth again. I want more. Gu Nianji carefully forked another piece of steak and thoughtfully dipped it in some sauce before feeding it to Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng pursed his lips and finished eating. He quietly sat closer to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji focused on feeding Hu Xiaoheng the steak. After eating the steak, she used a spoon to feed him fried rice. After feeding him 2 steaks and a box of fried rice, Gu Nianji found herself practically sitting in Hu Xiaoheng's arms. Hu Xiaoheng's uninjured left arm wrapped around her waist, and he was very close to her. If Hu Xiaoheng hadn't been injured, Gu Nianji would probably have been wary and wouldn't have allowed Hu Xiaoheng to be so close to her. However, she knew that Hu Xiaoheng couldn't move his right arm, so even if he had bad intentions, he wouldn't be able to do it. Gu Nianji didn't care that much. She gently touched the splint on Hu Xiaoheng's right arm. How did you get hurt? Tell me, I'll tell Auntie Song when I get back. Hu Xiaoheng turned sideways and nudged her with his forehead. How can you tell Miss Song about this? Don't you want Miss Song to have a good new year? You have a point. But if Auntie Song asks me why I left for so long, how can I explain it? Gu Nianji stuck out a finger and poked Hu Xiaoheng's chest to push him away. Hu Xiaoheng moved back and said nonchalantly, just say that I felt lonely and asked you to stay with me for a while. Gu Nianji said. Do you think Auntie Song will believe that? Hu Xiaoheng felt lonely. Couldn't he find an excuse? Yes, as long as you say it, she'll believe it. Hu Xiaoheng looked at Gu Nianji. Miss Song likes you very much. You're jealous. Gu Nianji also likes Song Jining very much. She smiled like a little fox. But I can't squander Auntie Song's trust just because she likes me, so I'll definitely tell Miss Song. She glanced at Hu Xiaoheng's right arm. Before Hu Xiaoheng could raise his eyebrows, Gu Nianji said, but if you let me go now, I won't say anything. I won't say a word. Hu Xiaoheng laughed and quickly kissed her on the cheek while she was feeling smug. His movements were very fast. He moved in front of Gu Nianji and moved away. His kiss was more like the gentle breeze of spring brushing across the rippling surface of the water. It was impossible to tell if the wind was moving or if the water was already moving. Gu Nianji didn't notice the kiss at all. She only felt her vision blur, and Hu Xiaoheng had already sat up straight. He said seriously, okay then, go back. Don't tell Miss Song that I'm injured. Of course, Gu Nianji wouldn't say that she was just using this opportunity to escape. She didn't want to stay here for too long and cause unnecessary misunderstandings with Miss Song. Hu Xiaoheng personally walked Gu Nianji out and watched her get into the car and drive away. He took out his phone and ordered a table of New Year's Eve dinner for Gu Nianji and Song Jining from a high-end restaurant in the imperial capital. Gu Nianji drove back to Song Jining's apartment. As soon as she entered the door, she smelled the aroma of food. Oh. Auntie, you made food. Gu Nianji happily changed into slippers and ran inside. Song Jining was setting the bowls and chopsticks in the kitchen. She smiled and said, I didn't make it. Xiaoheng ordered New Year's Eve dinner for us. She then asked, "Why were you gone for so long? Did something happen? Did Xiaoheng not want you to come back?" Gu Nianji quickly shook her head. "Of course not. Hu Xiao and I are just normal friends. Why wouldn't he want me to come back?" Song Jining looked up and froze. She stared at her face with a strange expression. Normal friends. Gu Nianji nodded and was about to sit down at the table. However, Song Jining pointed to the bathroom and smiled. "Go wash your face and hands first before eating." Gu Nianji replied with an "oh" and quickly ran to the bathroom. She inadvertently looked up and saw herself in the bathroom mirror. There was a shiny, oily lip print on her face. She covered her face and couldn't speak for a long time. She only felt that she was embarrassing herself in front of Song Jining. Looking at the oily lip print on her face, Gu Nianji snarled, "Humph, I want to tell you." After washing her face, Gu Nianji calmly told Song Jining, "Auntie Song, I actually wasn't telling the truth just now." "Oh. Is that so?" Song Jining sat across from Gu Nianji. "Then what's going on?" She pointed to her face as she spoke. Gu Nianji blushed slightly but still forced herself to be calm. "Actually, Hu Xiao's right arm is injured, so he can't eat with his left hand. So, I helped him eat." "Oh. His right arm is injured, so he can't eat with his left hand. TSK, that's true. You really had to help him." Song Jining smiled meaningfully. She knew her son would never let go of Gu Nianji. What did he mean by his right arm was injured and he couldn't eat with his left hand? He could only lie to a little girl like Gu Nianji. Other than Song Jining and his grandmother, Xie Xian, almost no one knew that Hu Xiaoheng was left-handed when he was young. He learned to use his right hand from a young age because he didn't want to be different from others. This was the first update of 4,000 words. 2 updates today. Please get monthly votes and recommendation votes. 3 more updates tomorrow. The second update at 7 p.m. P.S. Thank you, President. I am Master Rashi, for tipping 100,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah. P.S. Little Zay's place of exile should be the Cape of Good Hope in the southernmost part of Africa, not the Strait of Gibraltar. The Strait of Gibraltar is the southernmost part of Spain, northwest of Africa. A muddle-headed author would look at A, think about B, and finally write C, and C equals A plus B. Ha, I don't know if you can understand what's going on. Chapter 950, A Real Man, has been edited. You can download it again to read. Chapter 960. But you're helping him eat. How did you end up eating on your face? Song Jining teased her and changed the subject when she saw Gu Nianji's ears turn red. "Nianji, are you interested in physics? Do you want to take the postgraduate program at the Institute of High Energy Physics?" Gu Nianji was dipping her meat in sauce and almost choked when she heard this. She quickly took a sip of coconut juice and said, "Auntie, don't scare me. I studied law as an undergraduate and also as a master. Now you're asking me if I want to take the postgraduate program at the Institute of High Energy Physics. I think I'll have to retake the college entrance exam and start physics as a freshman to have a chance." "Sure." Song Jining grabbed her arm excitedly. "Why don't you retake the college entrance exam? You're only 19 anyway. Even if you retake the undergraduate program, you'll graduate in 2 years. You're so smart, it's a pity you don't study physics." Gu Nianji was speechless. Physics is the crown jewel of science. Song Jining continued, "Nianji, only the smartest people will study physics well. Come on, get into the B University Physics Department, and then." Gu Nianji changed the topic and picked up a piece of scallion sea cucumber with serving chopsticks for Song Jining. "Auntie, you should eat more. Sea cucumber is very nutritious." Song Jining understood what Gu Nianji meant and shook her head. What a pity. Nyenji, you're so smart. I just love your talent. Gu Nyenji smiled in gratitude. But Auntie, I'm actually not as smart as you think. I'm just a little more hardworking than others. That's too much. It's so hypocritical. Song Jining tapped the back of her hand with her chopsticks. You don't have to be humble with Auntie. Fine. Gu Nyenji put down her chopsticks and said seriously, the truth is, I'm not interested in physics. I have no interest at all. Oh. Song Jining finally stopped trying to persuade Gu Nyenji to major in physics. She sighed. Interest is the best teacher. If you're not interested in physics, then there's nothing I can do. Gu Nyenji breathed a sigh of relief when Song Jining stopped talking about it. She discreetly changed the subject. Auntie, have you liked physics since you were young? Yeah, I used to play with my father in his lab when I was young. I was so envious when I saw him and his colleagues and students doing experiments and discussing cutting-edge topics. Song Jining was lost in her beautiful memories. Gu Nyenji suddenly remembered that Song Jining's father had died in an experimental accident. She suddenly felt very upset. It was the new year, why did she have to rub it in? However, Song Jining didn't care at all. Instead, she went to the study and took out a thick photo album. She flipped through the pages for Gu Nyenji to see. Song Jining's father, Song Haichuan, was very elegant and scholarly. Song Jining's temperament was similar to her father's, but her looks were probably similar to her mother's. However, Song Jining never mentioned her mother, and Gu Nyenji didn't ask either. She was afraid it would be bad if it was something sad for Song Jining. However, she soon realized that she was thinking too much. Song Jining flipped to the last part of the album. It was all family photos. It turned out that Song Jining's mother was actually very average looking. She wasn't even as good looking as Song Jining's father. However, she was obviously very smart and had a face full of wisdom. Song Jining caressed her mother's photo and said to Gu Nyenji, Nyenji, this is my mother. Isn't she very beautiful? Gu Nyenji glanced at Song Jining and grunted, she's very kind. Song Jining laughed, I know that in other people's eyes, my mother is actually very average looking. At the time, there were many female students who felt that my mother wasn't good enough for my father. However, in my heart, my mother was very beautiful. Gu Nyenji was speechless. Students are always more passionate. Yeah, very passionate. It's hard to resist. However, my father was completely ruthless. He expelled all the female students who had improper thoughts about him. He never worried my mother. Song Jining flipped a page of the album and recalled excitedly, aside from her average looks, my mother was top-notch in everything else. She was very smart and was a genius from a young age. She started studying physics at the age of 14. After she graduated, she naturally entered the Institute of High Energy Physics and met my father. My father read her published papers and admired her for a long time. They were also a match made in heaven. Gu Nyenji listened quietly and felt very emotional. Such a loving couple didn't last long. My mother was involved in nuclear testing. There was a nuclear leak accident and she was exposed to radiation. She passed away after a few years. Song Jining sighed and closed the album. She said to Gu Nyenji apologetically, it's the new year. I shouldn't have said something like that. Gu Nyenji was fascinated and quickly said, No, Auntie, don't be sad, I've stopped being sad a long time ago. When I think of my father and mother now, I only have beautiful memories. Song Jining wiped the corners of her eyes, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's eat. Gu Nyenji tactfully dropped the subject and began telling Song Jining about interesting things that had happened at school and in court. Song Jining laughed so hard that tears came out of her eyes. Although there were only the two of them at New Year's Eve dinner, Gunyanji was as loud as a class of girls. The empty dining room echoed with their happy laughter. It was even livelier than the New Year's Eve gala on TV. After they finished eating, they cleaned up the dining room and occasionally looked up to see that the TV was counting down. It's almost 12 o'clock. Song Jining put down what she was doing and pulled Gunyanji out. Come, let's count down together. The two of them stood in front of the TV and shouted along with the host's voice, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year. It's the new year. It's the new year. Loud firecrackers rang out both inside and outside the TV. There were even fireworks exploding on the rooftops in the neighborhood. Gunyanji smiled and hugged the album she had looked at with Song Jining earlier. She asked, Auntie, where should I put this album? Song Jining stood by the window and looked at the fireworks in the neighborhood. She pointed casually, the second drawer of the desk in the study over there. That drawer contained some of her old things. They weren't worth much, but they were very memorable. Gunyanji hugged the thick album and walked into the study Song Jining pointed to. She opened the second drawer of the desk and glanced at it before putting the album inside. There were a few small things in this drawer, such as a sparkling and translucent yuhua stone, an amber with a butterfly inside, a few small wooden boxes, and an ivory incense ball, all of them quite old. In the middle of the drawer was an old black smartphone. Gunyanji's heart skipped a beat. The phone looked somewhat familiar. At that moment, the black screen suddenly flashed and a text message popped up. Gunyanji was shocked and thought she was seeing things. She quickly rubbed her eyes. When she looked closely, she saw that there was a text message on the black phone screen. There was still someone using such an old phone. Gunyanji quickly glanced at it and saw a string of strange numbers. She quickly looked away and walked out of the study with the phone. She came to Song Jining's side and said, Auntie, your phone. Someone texted you to wish you a happy new year. It was already the first day of the Lunar New Year. Gunyanji heard her phone ring. It was Hu Xiaoheng's exclusive ringtone. She stuffed the old smartphone into Song Jining's hand and turned around to look for her own phone in her small bag. Song Jining watched the fireworks without blinking. They were so dazzling and dazzling. The night sky was like a flower bed. The fireworks were planted and harvested. It only took a moment, but they were so dazzling and beautiful that they would last eternally. Gunyanji looked at the fireworks as she swiped open her phone to call Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiao, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Hu Xiaoheng's deep and magnetic voice came from the phone. It was slightly raspy, but it was indescribably sexy. Gunyanji felt her ears burning again. She gripped the phone and turned to look at Song Jining's back. She lowered her voice and said, Is your arm better? Why don't you go see a doctor tomorrow? Hu Xiaoheng's arm had long since stopped hurting, but Gunyanji had already seen it. He couldn't back down, so he had to bandage it for a few more days. He was originally worried that his mother would expose him for being left-handed, but Gunyanji sounded like she didn't know yet. She probably hadn't told Song Jining about his injury. Putting aside her stubbornness and awkwardness, Gunyanji was a very obedient little girl when it came to most things. I'm fine. I'll be fine in 2 days. Hu Xiaoheng looked at his right arm in a sling. It's just not convenient to wash at night. Gunyanji's earlobes were flushed. Her exquisite little ears were like high-quality lychee jelly, pink and tender. She whispered, Then don't wash. It won't get dirty even if you stop for a few days. I'm not used to it. Hu Xiaoheng chuckled quietly. His left hand was on the steering wheel as he drove into Song Jining's neighborhood. That's why I came to you for help. Gunyanji gasped and instinctively looked around. What do you mean? My shift is over, so I came here to have some supper. Is there anything else? Hu Xiaoheng said as he got out of the car and walked into the elevator. Gu Nianji quickly said, yes, there's still a lot. Gu Nianji walked over to Song Jining with her phone and told her, Auntie, Hu Xiao is here. He said he's hungry and wants supper. Song Jining was very happy. She quickly turned around and said, really? He's here already. That's great. Let's take out the leftovers and heat them up for him. Gu Nianji was speechless. I'll go see what's in the fridge and make some wontons, Gu Nianji said tactfully. Seeing Song Jining's embarrassed expression, Gu Nianji quickly changed the topic. She pointed at the phone in her hand. Someone texted you just now. You can reply with, Happy New Year. Song Jining looked down and smiled. Did you get the wrong phone? Why would someone text on this phone? It doesn't even have a number. It's been out of service for more than a decade. Gu Nianji finally remembered that this phone was Hu Xiaoheng's uncle, Hu Guanyuan's phone. She had seen it in court once. This phone was Hu Guanyuan's belongings. It had originally been with Hu Guanyuan's wife, Luo Xinchue, but Bai Jini had later stolen it and caused Luo Xinchue's life. This is the second update. 2 updates today, please get monthly votes and recommendation votes. Third update tomorrow. Good night, my dear friends. I don't know if my dear friends still remember this phone. Chapter 961. Gu Nianji still clearly remembered that Bai Jini had been willing to kill to take the phone from Luo Xinchue because the phone had received the same data for several days in a row. The data only appeared on the phone, and the mobile company had no record of it. During the lawsuit, everyone had been puzzled by this. No one could explain how this phenomenon occurred. They only knew that the data was a set of coordinates that showed a location on the blue planet. Gu Nianji still remembered this set of data very clearly. Hu Xiaoheng told them that the data was actually a set of magnetic field coordinates that represented a location. The data was entered into a program and converted to another set of data, which was the latitude and longitude of a certain place in Sea City. That was the place where the magnetic field anomaly had occurred 7 years ago. It was also there that Hu Xiaoheng had saved Gu Nianji. In an instant, Gu Nianji's mind raced through everything related to the phone. She had a very good memory. Although she had only glanced at it, she had already memorized the new set of data on the phone. Could it also be a set of coordinate data? Auntie, this phone is not ordinary. Don't you remember? Gu Nianji reminded Song Jining excitedly. You also designed a very good battery for this phone, Song Jining suddenly remembered. You mean this phone received another message? Song Jining quickly pressed the power button. The phone's battery was still working. After the screen froze for 2 seconds, the text data that Gu Nianji had just seen appeared on the phone screen. Look! I wasn't wrong, right? Someone sent a text to this phone again. Gu Nianji rubbed her hands. She wanted to snatch the phone from Song Jining and study it herself. As soon as Song Jining saw the data, she didn't need Gu Nianji to say anything and immediately walked to her study. Gu Nianji was about to follow when she heard the doorbell ring. It must be Hu Xiaoheng. She looked at Song Jining's back, then at the door. Finally, she went to open the door for Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng was still in his military uniform, his right arm hanging from his neck. His expression was solemn and he stood there quietly. Hu Xiao, Happy New Year. Gu Nianji smiled and opened the door to let Hu Xiaoheng in. Closing the door behind Hu Xiaoheng, Gu Nianji was burning with anxiety. She really wanted to go upstairs to see Song Jining's test results. Mr. Hua, take a seat first. She poured a glass of water and placed it on the coffee table in front of him. I'll be right back. Hu Xiaoheng noticed Gu Nianji's anxious expression and grabbed her arm. What's wrong? What happened? Gu Nianji thought about it. There was nothing she couldn't say. Hu Xiaoheng was the one who saw that the data could be converted into coordinate data. Hu Xiao, do you still remember your uncle's magical phone? Hu Xiaoheng nodded. He looked a little confused. Does it matter? It was the Lunar New Year, and he had come all the way here not to talk about his uncle's cell phone. Gu Nianji said seriously, just now, just after midnight, that phone received another set of text data. You're saying that the old smartphone that has stopped working a long time ago and doesn't have a phone number just received another set of text messages. Hu Xiaoheng immediately recalled the data they had received from the phone during the lawsuit last year. The last time was 7 years ago. 7 years later, the phone was lit up again. What changes would it bring? Hu Xiaoheng was no longer in the mood for supper. Where's the phone? What's the data? Gu Nianji pointed upstairs. Auntie took it to her study. She's probably doing some data conversion. Let's go. Hu Xiaoheng naturally took Gu Nianji's hand and walked upstairs with her. Gu Nianji was in a hurry to see the phone, so she didn't push Hu Xiaoheng away. They went to Song Jinning's study together. Song Jinning's study was very spacious. It was divided into 2 halves by a mahogany cabinet. In front was a small living room with a corner sofa, a coffee table, and 2 green guanyin trees. Behind the cabinet was where Song Jinning actually worked. The wall was full of bookshelves filled with books. Next to the bay window was a large desk with a high-performance computer that could be used as a server. There were 3 monitors lined up on the desk. Song Jinning sat behind the monitors and had already started data conversion. Gu Nianji knocked on the cabinet and greeted, Auntie, Hu Xiao is here. Song Jinning didn't even look up. He's here. Let him sit. Gu Nianji smiled and walked to her desk with Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng walked behind the desk without hesitation and stood behind Song Jinning to watch her data conversion. After the conversion, the data would become latitude and longitude coordinates that could easily indicate a specific location. Miss Song, have you found the place? Hu Xiaoheng bowed forward and looked at the coordinates that appeared on the monitor. Where is this? Song Jinning whispered dreamily. The United States, the Metropolitan Museum in New York. Gu Nianji was speechless. Hu Xiaoheng was slightly taken aback. The Metropolitan Museum in New York. What does that mean? I don't know either. Song Jinning shook her head and fidgeted in her seat. I want to go to New York to take a look. Gu Nianji was speechless. In the early hours of the first day of the Lunar New Year, Miss Song suddenly said she wanted to go to New York. Gu Nianji instinctively felt that something was wrong. She looked up at the calm Hu Xiaoheng and said softly, Hu Xiao, why don't we use the satellite to see if there's anything unusual over there? Song Jinning nodded quickly. That's a good idea. Let's use the satellite to take a look first. Xiaoheng, I know your satellite's accuracy is already very high. Hurry up and take a look. She stood up as she spoke, wishing she could chase Hu Xiaoheng away right now. Hu Xiaoheng looked at Gu Nianji, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. You're good at coming up with ideas. Isn't my idea good? Gu Nianji tilted her head and winked slyly. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at her and calmly looked away. He felt a little annoyed, as if there was a fire in his chest that had been ignited by her. Hu Xiaoheng suppressed the throbbing in his heart and used his Bluetooth headset to call the central control system of the Special Operations Forces headquarters base. He said to the subordinate on duty there, help me check a place and see if there's anything unusual recently. He reported the coordinates of the Metropolitan Museum in New York. Yes, sir. The person on duty there quickly entered the coordinates into the central control system and connected to the Nandus satellite communication system. After the satellite received the command, it pulled up the real-time data of the Metropolitan Museum in New York for the past week from its database. For some reason, New York was the designated observation location of the Nandus satellite. This was not surprising. Just like the imperial capital was also the designated observation location of the U.S. satellite, everyone was equal and no one was inferior to the other. Soon, the Nandis satellite sent the stored data back to the ground and was received by the central control system of the Special Operations Forces headquarters base. While waiting for the data, Gu Nianji went to the kitchen downstairs to make Hua Xiaoheng some wontons for supper. Hua Xiaoheng stayed in the study and spoke to Song Jining for a while before coming out to look for Gu Nianji. She scooped out the fragrant wontons and placed them in a small white porcelain bowl filled with chicken broth. She sprinkled some tender green onions, slippery seaweed, and fresh shrimp skin on them before placing them in front of Hua Xiaoheng, piping hot. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her. Gu Nianji raised her eyebrows and sat down to feed him the wontons with a spoon. There were only 6 wontons in a small bowl. Hua Xiaoheng felt like he could eat all 6 of them in one bite. They were as small as buttons. However, Gu Nianji still fed them one by one. He had just finished eating the wontons patiently when he heard his subordinate call him through his Bluetooth headset. Hua Xiao, why do you want to see the data from the New York Metropolitan Museum? There really is a problem. What problem? Hua Xiaoheng stood up. Send it to my email. The person agreed and quickly sent it over. Hua Xiaoheng returned to Song Jining's study. Miss Song, let me borrow your computer. Song Jining gave him a laptop. Hua Xiaoheng logged onto the encrypted website, entered his email, and opened the exclusive email that his subordinate had sent him. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes narrowed after taking a quick glance. He typed a few times on the keyboard and forwarded a set of data to Song Jining's email. Miss Song, take a look. Doesn't this set of data look familiar? Song Jining opened her email and received the email. When she saw the set of data, she was also stunned. After a while, she asked eagerly, where did this data come from? Where is it? Hua Xiaoheng knocked on the laptop's casing. It's the New York Metropolitan Museum. The data from a few days ago has disappeared. Song Jining was very disappointed. It's already disappeared. Yes, this is the data stored by the satellite. The real-time data just now shows that everything is normal at the New York Metropolitan Museum. Gu Nianji listened for a long time and asked in confusion, Hua Xiao, Auntie, what data are you talking about? Is it the text message just now? No, Song Jining said excitedly. It's a magnetic field. An abnormal magnetic field appeared at the New York Metropolitan Museum a few days ago. This time, because it was indoors, the information captured by the satellite was very weak. The data they were seeing now was already the result of optimization and enhancement. Otherwise, it would have been ignored. In the past, they had discovered this kind of abnormal magnetic field information outdoors. This was the first time it had appeared indoors. This is the first update. Today is the third update, asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 1 p.m., monthly votes for 2,400 plus updates. At 7 p.m., the third update. P.S. Thank you to Lavender Mimi and Momo Moshi for the 2 Chidian coins this morning. Chapter 962. Abnormal Magnetic Field. Gu Nianji instinctively looked at Hua Xiaoheng. This was not the first time she had heard of this term. What's going on? What's the significance of this abnormal magnetic field? Gu Nianji finally couldn't help but ask as she looked at Song Jining's excited face. Song Jining glanced at Gu Nianji, then looked at Hua Xiaoheng inquiringly. Can I tell you? Hua Xiaoheng nodded. Nianji's security clearance is similar to mine. If you have something to say, just say it. Song Jining was shocked. Similar to yours. That high. Because they were already husband and wife, Hua Xiaoheng wanted to confess to Song Jining, but before he spoke, he quickly glanced at Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji suddenly blushed and clasped her hands together pleadingly to cover her lips. She lowered her eyes and her long eyelashes fluttered as she peeked at him through the gaps between her long eyelashes. Hua Xiaoheng's heart suddenly softened. His Adam's apple bobbed as he calmly said, "Yes, the military decided." Song Jining didn't dwell on this issue anymore. She sat down and pulled up the memo on the computer to tell Gu Nianji about the past. This matter started from 20 years ago. 20 years ago, the military secretly contacted my father, academician Song Haichuan, and asked him about the theoretical prospects of abnormal magnetic fields. They also showed him a set of abnormal magnetic field data that the military had accidentally obtained. To him, this data was no less than opening the door to a new world. My father immediately agreed to cooperate with the military to conduct highly classified magnetic field research. But something went wrong. 17 years ago, just as our research was about to achieve a breakthrough, a major accident occurred in the experiment. The energy of the abnormal magnetic field suddenly exploded, and everyone in the lab was caught in it. Only I was pushed by Xiaoheng's uncle, Senior Colonel Hua Guanyuan, and escaped from the lab. Everyone else died a violent death. My father and the other researchers in the lab died on the spot. Senior Colonel Hua Guanyuan and 4 soldiers from the military didn't even leave a corpse behind. Song Jining flipped through the records on the computer, and her eyes gradually reddened. Gu Nianji looked at her sympathetically and sat next to her. She gently rested her head on her slender but straight shoulder. Song Jining patted her cheek, took a deep breath, and continued speaking. After that, I became deranged. I don't remember what happened after that. Xiaoheng told me what happened after that. Song Jining looked up at Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and continued. After my grandfather and uncle passed away, the military's experiment was suspended. Firstly, it was because 2 of the most important researchers were dead, and 1 had lost his mind. There was no one left who could shoulder the responsibility. Secondly, because of the huge energy explosion of this abnormal magnetic field, the military is not sure if they should continue to research it and open Pandora's box. Until 7 years ago, Bai Jini, who was already the director of the Institute of High Energy Physics, suddenly reported to the military that she had tested a set of abnormal magnetic field data, almost exactly the same as the one 17 years ago. She even said that the location of the abnormal magnetic field was in Sea City. That's why we appeared in Sea City and set up equipment to receive magnetic fields. However, that experiment didn't succeed either. The car Nianji was in suddenly barged into a magnetic field and caused a huge car accident. Gu Nianji gasped. So the car I was in exploded into powder because of the energy explosion of the abnormal magnetic field. Hua Xiaoheng nodded slowly. That's our guess, but it's just a guess because we can't repeat the experiment to verify our conclusion. Song Jining raised Hua Guanyuan's old smartphone. We now know that the abnormal magnetic field data that Bai Jini proposed 7 years ago wasn't measured by her, but obtained from this phone. In other words, someone sent a message to this phone and provided the location of the abnormal magnetic field. Hua Xiaoheng took the old black smartphone from Song Jining's hand and turned it over and over before handing it back to her. That means that every time an abnormal magnetic field appears, this phone will warn us. Gu Nianji stared at the phone curiously. But it was an advance notice 7 years ago. Why did it only send a message after the abnormal magnetic field appeared this time? Hua Xiaoheng and Song Jining looked at each other. They were both very impressed by Gu Nianji's keen observation skills. Our Nianji is still the smartest. Song Jining liked her even more. She pulled Gu Nianji into her arms and patted her head. This is the problem we have to solve. Why was it lagging this time? Hua Xiaoheng crossed his arms and paced back and forth in Song Jining's study. He mused, actually, we shouldn't be led by the nose by this phone. I agree. Gu Nianji quickly raised her hand and agreed with Hua Xiaoheng. I think we might as well find out who sent the text to this phone. Wouldn't that be more helpful? Instead of being driven around by the phone's notifications every time, it was better to take the initiative. Hua Xiaoheng knew more about the situation. He turned to look at Gu Nianji and said dryly, "Don't take this phone and the person who sent the text too seriously. The abnormal magnetic field data appeared once before, and this phone didn't give any warnings. There's more." Gu Nianji's eyes widened. "Where? How did you find out?" "It appeared in the Gulf of Aden in the Indian Ocean, near the Red Sea. Many countries sent warships to investigate that time." Hua Xiaoheng leaned against the window sill and stretched out his long legs. He said calmly, "Because our country isn't the only country doing this experiment. The United States, Germany, and Japan are all doing this experiment. We used to be in the lead, but now, we're falling behind." Song Jining said sullenly. Oh. Gu Nianji's curvy lips opened and closed. Her expression was very amused. "Then what should we do? Is there a way to surpass them?" "Yes." Song Jining suddenly became playful. She hugged Gu Nianji's shoulder. "Nianji, if you join us, we can surpass them." Gu Nianji was speechless. "Auntie, you're messing with me again." She hugged Song Jinning's arm and rubbed her head against her shoulder. Song Jinning laughed. "Too bad you're not interested in physics. Otherwise, we'd be so happy if we could work together. Auntie, you have so many colleagues. I'm sure you'll be able to find like-minded people." Gu Nianji smiled as she made a heart sign. "Good luck." Hua Xiaoheng saw that they were going off topic, so he quietly pulled Gu Nianji out of Song Jinning's arms. "Miss Song, it's very late. You should rest early. It's already the first day of the new year. I have to take Nianji to General Ji's house early in the morning for New Year's greetings. Do you want to go with us?" "Why would I go?" Song Jinning waved her hand disapprovingly. Okay, I got it. You guys go rest. You still have to wake up early in the morning. I'll run another program to calm myself." She then chased Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng out. This is the second update. Monthly votes of 2,400 plus updates have arrived. Today is the third update. I'm asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Third update at 7 p.m. P.S. I said in the group that there are no aliens in this text. Dear friends, please stop speculating about aliens. Chapter 963. Holding Gu Nianji's hand, Hua Xiaoheng left Song Jinning's study with familiarity and walked towards Gu Nianji's pink bedroom. "Gu Nianji, Hua Xiao, you know I have a room here. When Ms. Song was renovating, she specially suggested to renovate a room for you. I didn't object. Do you think you can oppose it?" Gu Nianji was so happy that her bones felt lighter. She said proudly, "Auntie is your mother. How can you go against what your mother says? Besides, Auntie has a discerning eye for talent. Didn't you see how much Auntie dotes on me?" Hua Xiaoheng looked at her little face that was about to explode and curled the corners of his lips. The fire that had been ignited by her rose again. When he arrived at her room, he pushed the door open and entered. Hua Xiaoheng was caught off guard and was almost blinded by the pink decorations in the room. He was silent for a moment before turning to look at Gu Nianji. "Are you sure you want to stay in this room? What's wrong? You don't like it?" Gu Nianji looked at Hua Xiaoheng and suddenly liked the house. "I fell in love with this house at first sight." In any case, Gu Nianji felt good about making Hua Xiaoheng suffer. Hua Xiaoheng closed the door nonchalantly. "As long as you like it." He pulled Gu Nianji to the bathroom. "Come, help me shower." "Gu Nianji, come in." Hua Xiaoheng looked at her calmly and said nonchalantly, I'll be going to General G's house in a few hours for New Year's greetings. You don't want me to go like this, do you? Under the light of the bathroom, Hu Xiaoheng's forehead was covered in tiny beads of sweat. They were thin and seeped through his skin. He looked surprisingly alluring. Gu Nianji looked away and nodded. Yeah, I'll turn the water on for you. She walked over to the tub and bent down to open the tap. Beneath her slender waist were unexpectedly plump breasts that swayed in front of him as they bowed their bodies. Hu Xiaoheng gulped again and undid the top button of his military uniform. After filling the water, Gu Nianji straightened her back and turned around to see that Hu Xiaoheng had already unbuttoned his uniform and was attempting to take off his jacket. Let me do it. Gu Nianji walked over and sat Hu Xiaoheng down on the chair. She helped him undress, carefully avoiding his right arm. I need to change the dressing on my wound. You go out first, I'll do it myself. Hu Xiaoheng thought about how his wound looked and decided not to let Gu Nianji see it. Although the injury wasn't serious and it didn't hurt his bones, the external injury wasn't good. Gu Nianji looked at him sullenly. It's okay, I'll change it for you. She took out the first aid kit from the bathroom and took out gauze and ointment. Are these okay? She asked. Okay, just take the medicine regularly. Hu Xiaoheng looked at her. You're really not afraid? I've seen scarier ones. Gu Nianji recalled the time when she was fleeing in the German Alps. A bullet had grazed her arm and hit her left leg. She was no stranger to the bloody wound. When did you see it? Hu Xiaoheng was confused. He was certain that he had never let Gu Nianji see it when he was injured. Gu Nianji untied his bandage and looked at the slightly charred area. She gently pressed it with her hand, then used a gauze soaked in sterile water to scrub the affected area. She said nonchalantly, when I was in Germany, I didn't know much about this. I didn't tell you, did I? I was shot in more than one place. My arm and calf were all wounded. But... She laughed self-deprecatingly. My body is too special. Look, it only took a few days for me to recover like I was never injured. No one would believe me if I told them. That was why she didn't tell Hu Xiaoheng after she returned. In the beginning, she was afraid he would worry, but she was heartbroken and didn't want to tell him. Now that she saw Hu Xiaoheng was actually worried that she was afraid to see the wound, Gu Nianji finally told him. She didn't want sympathy or to boast. She only wanted to show that she wasn't weak and wouldn't faint at the sight of blood. However, Hu Xiaoheng grabbed her hand and looked up at her. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down. After a while, he finally said, Nianji. His voice was extremely low and hoarse. It's my fault. I made you suffer. Gu Nianji, who had been spoiled by his side for 6 years and rarely even fell, had experienced such pain and torture in the Alps. Hu Xiaoheng was so uncomfortable that he couldn't speak. He pulled her into his arms and kissed her lips. Gu Nianji buried her head in his chest and whispered, at that time, I really missed you. But I never blamed you. I knew you had more important things to do. I just didn't expect that your more important thing was to accompany. Hu Xiaoheng lowered his head and blocked her unfinished words with his lips again. The two of them kissed like glue for a long time. When they released each other, they were both panting. Gu Nianji's eyes were misty. Under the bathroom lights, she looked at Hu Xiaoheng hazily. Her eyes were so crystal clear that they looked like they were about to drip water. Hu Xiaoheng held the back of her neck and couldn't help but lower his head to kiss her lips again. Gu Nianji saw that he wouldn't stop and could only push him away. She said angrily, the water is already cold. Why aren't you taking a shower? Hu Xiaoheng smiled and got up to unbuckle his belt, revealing his strong waist. 2 mermaid lines were clearly visible. Gu Nianji blushed a little, but she didn't look away. Hu Xiaoheng strode into the bathtub. Gu Nianji applied the shower gel for him and helped him take a battle bath. During this time, Hu Xiaoheng actually didn't take advantage of her. Gu Nianji was a little surprised. However, she didn't show it. She quickly used the shower head to rinse Hu Xiaoheng's body and threw a large towel to him. Only then was she done. Gu Nianji was so tired that her waist was about to break. Hu Xiaoheng smiled as he got out of the bathtub. "Thank you. I'll give you a massage later." Gu Nianji waved her hand. "No, I'll definitely be more tired after you massage me. Let me sleep for a while." She walked out first and went to the closet to change into her pajamas. Hu Xiaoheng didn't stay in her room. He gave her a goodnight kiss and went to his own room. Song Jining had also renovated a room for Hu Xiaoheng in her apartment. Hu Xiaoheng was unexpected in every way today. Gu Nianji felt that the Hu Xiaoheng who kept his distance from her in the past had returned. Lying on the bed, she couldn't fall asleep. She played with her phone. She saw that she had a lot of greeting messages she hadn't read, so she opened each one to reply. There were messages from Ma Qiqi, Yin Xixiang, her undergraduate roommates Green Tea Fong, Little Temptress, and Lady Chow, as well as colleagues from the American law firm she had worked with in Germany. The two most recent greeting messages were from He Zhichu and Chen Lai. Gu Nianji first replied to He Zhichu with "Happy New Year" before opening Chen Lai's message. Chen Lai not only wished her a Happy New Year, but he also gave her a big red packet. Gu Nianji saw that Chen Lai had texted her just a minute ago, so she decided to call him directly. "Brother Chin. Are you asleep?" Gu Nianji greeted him with a smile. Chen Lai wasn't asleep. He was sitting on the bed reading a thick medical monograph in English while chatting with Gu Nianji. "Brother Chin, what do you think is going on with my constitution? Why do I recover so quickly when I'm injured? And it's so good that you can't even see a scar." Gu Nianji's voice actually sounded a bit upset. Chen Lai laughed. "Miss Gu, how many people dream of having your constitution? Are you still not satisfied? How is it bad to be able to recover immediately? I've been researching it all this time. When I figure out the theory and can develop drugs, I'll be able to win a Nobel Prize. Of course it's bad." Gu Nianji rolled over and said angrily, "Did you know? There's no shock without a wound. I told Hu Xiao that I was injured in Germany, but I didn't have the confidence because I didn't have any gunshot wounds on my body. You're angry about that?" Chen Lai didn't really understand the girl's train of thought. "Your constitution is special. Hu Xiao already knew from the time you were infected with H3ob7, so you don't have to think too much about it." Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. This had been bothering her for a long time. She quickly asked, "Really? Brother Chin, do you know anything about H3ob7? "Yes, Oda Masao is dead. Only I, Chen Lai, know about it the best." Chen Lai was smug. "Ask away, girl. Your brother Chin will tell you everything I know." "Really? Then does this aphrodisiac have to be cured by having sex with someone?" Gu Nianji asked calmly. Her tone was relaxed, and Chen Lai didn't sense her nervousness at all. As expected, Chen Lai fell for it and said casually, "Of course, there's no other way to cure this aphrodisiac other than having sex with someone. But you're the only one who survived the side effects after having sex. No one else could." "Really?" Gu Nianji's heart pounded. "Then someone had sex with me back then?" "Of course." Chen Lai answered quickly and loudly. "This is the third update. We're asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes today." Chapter 964. In that instant, Gu Nianji felt like her heart was about to jump out of her throat. She studied law and was best at court trials and lawsuits. After a few major lawsuits, she was already an expert among experts when it came to tricking people out of their mouths. All this time, she had followed the 3 elements of tricking people out of them: timing, timing, timing. Nothing was more important than timing. For example, today was just after New Year's Eve and around 2 a.m. on the first day of the Lunar New Year, the time of year when a person's willpower was at its weakest. Even the Special Operations Forces members who had undergone special training were the easiest to break down on a night like this when they were so busy and excited that they couldn't sleep in the middle of the night. The most effective way of tricking people out of them didn't depend on how clever or brain-draining the topic was, but it had to be absolutely simple, direct, and straight to the point so that the other party couldn't react in time. What they blurted out was the closest thing to the truth. Just like earlier, she picked up where Chenlai left off and directly asked her own question. Chenlai instinctively said his most direct response, "Of course." What was of course? Did she have to sleep with someone to get the antidote? Gu Nianji immediately recalled what Yi Zidan had said to her before her execution. "Nianji, the person I've let down the most is you. You're actually more pitiful than me. I shouldn't have cooperated with others to hurt you. I still remember that time you were violated to that extent and covered in wounds. I felt so bad seeing that. How could I pour salt on your wounds? I must have been possessed." Ever since she had been kidnapped by Seth and his men in Germany, she had pretended to faint and overheard H3-OB7's functions and effects. This suspicion had remained in her heart and had snowballed and gotten bigger and bigger. She still remembered the first time she had fallen victim to this so-called H3-OB7 at her classmate Feng Yishi's birthday party. Chenlai later told her that he had developed an antidote, so she would be fine and wouldn't need to have sex with a man. However, after returning from Germany, Chenlai's assistant, Dr. Yi Zidan, was caught as a traitor. She had betrayed 2 Special Operations Forces field agents just so they could lead people to Gu Nianji's location. Before Yi Zidan was executed, Gu Nianji saw her one last time. As soon as she closed her eyes, Gu Nianji could see Yi Zidan through a glass wall, laughing and crying at the same time. That was when the seeds of doubt began to sprout. I have to sleep with someone to get rid of it. Then I've really been violated. Gu Nianji immediately asked Yi Zidan's question. Perhaps the word waste was too shocking, but Chenlai, who had been drowsy and about to fall asleep, suddenly woke up. It was as if someone had poured a basin of snow water on his head. The coldness penetrated his heart from the inside out. Gradually, he was at a loss of what to do. His limbs stiffened, and even his tongue seemed to be frozen, unable to speak. "It's over, it's over." Chenlai clutched his head and wailed in his heart. He wanted nothing more than to bang his head against the wall. Why couldn't he control his mouth? Back then, Hu Shaoheng had forced him to make a military pledge. If Gu Nianji found out, he would spend the rest of his life in prison. Chenlai almost wanted to bury himself under the blankets and pretend he hadn't heard Gu Nianji. However, Gu Nianji wasn't going to let him off so easily. "Brother Qin. Brother Qin. I know you're listening. Tell me, was I really raped by someone?" Gu Nianji's voice became lower and lower, and in the quiet night, it was almost audible. Chenlai was struggling between telling Hu Shaoheng and admitting that she was raped. There seemed to be 2 little people hiding in his mind. A little person with a black horn on his head kept egging him on. "Tell her, just say that she was raped. That doesn't count as a violation of the military pledge because she didn't drag Hu Shaoheng into it." A little person with a shiny halo on his head looked at him nervously. "Better tell her the truth. This girl is pitiful enough." Chenlai wasn't a bad person. On the contrary, he was very kind, warm, and generous. Generally speaking, people who chose to become doctors all had a deep desire to save lives, and save a building from collapse. Chen Lai was also the chief doctor of the Special Operations Forces, so his dedication in this area was deeper than the average doctor's. However, Hu Xiaoheng had shocked him too much. It wasn't just because of the military pledge, but because Chen Lai knew that Hu Xiaoheng was a man of his word. He had a feeling that if this matter really came out of his mouth, being able to spend the rest of his life in prison was probably already his best option. He didn't even dare to imagine what would happen to him. Zhao Liangzi had only been drunk and had teased Hu Xiaoheng about being dumped by Gu Nianji. He had been exiled by Hu Xiaoheng to a deserted island in the Cape of Good Hope in Africa. And because he had spoken too fast, he would probably feel better if he hung himself with a rope. Thinking of this, Chen Lai crawled out from under the blankets. His nose was a little sore, and he wanted to cry. Nianji, don't force me. Brother Chen is unlucky to have been tricked by a clever little girl like you. It's Brother Chen's fault, but I beg you, don't ask anymore, okay? If you ask again, Brother Chen will really have no choice but to hang himself with a rope. Gu Nianji's heart sank. Brother Chen, did Hu Xiao tell you not to say it? Her heart was sour and sweet, and extremely uncomfortable. She knew that she couldn't have been raped. Because before she lost consciousness, she knew that she was with Chen Lai, and he had taken her to the Special Operations Forces base. And in Hu Xiaoheng's territory, no one could have raped her. But Yi Zidan's words and Chen Lai's reaction proved that Yi Zidan wasn't making up a rumor. What did this mean? This meant that Gu Nianji had indeed experienced intense sex at the time. So when Yi Zidan saw her afterwards, she thought that she had been raped. So who had slept with her? Who had become her antidote? Brother Chen, tell me, did you find someone to sleep with me and become my antidote? Gu Nianji clenched her fists tightly, her body as stiff as her voice. If you don't say, I'll take it as a yes. Thinking about how her virginity had ended just like that, Gu Nianji's heart ached. Her face was pale, and she was so upset that she wanted to die. So this was the reason why Hu Xiaoheng had avoided her in the first place. Ever since she had woken up, Hu Xiaoheng hadn't seen her for a full 6 months. Was it because seeing her reminded him of sleeping with someone else? Brother Chen, tell me, is this true? Does Hu Xiao know about this? Gu Nianji cried. She was so ashamed that she wanted to hide herself. Thinking about how Hu Xiaoheng had insisted on avoiding her, and how she had shamelessly chased after him, throwing a tantrum, and confessing all sorts of things, she wanted to jump off the 24th floor. Hearing Gu Nianji cry, Chen Lai panicked and quickly said, Nianji, don't cry, I'm doing this for your own good. For my own good. You should have at least told me. Gu Nianji pounded the bed and cried herself hoarse. Do you know, every time I think about what I did back then, forcing him to accept me, I want to die. A man can't accept something like that, but I... What did I do? Brother Chen, you really killed me. I don't have the face to see Hu Xiao anymore. Gu Nianji was so angry she threw her phone away. She had a feeling that Hu Xiaoheng had known about this, and he had struggled and avoided it. It was her, she was the one who forced him to be with her. Otherwise, why couldn't he find any woman? Why did he have to be with someone like her? Did he not let Chen Lai say it because he was afraid she would feel bad? He had always been this kind of person, always thinking for her best. Even after finding out about this, he still chose to be with her in the end. She remembered her first time with Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng had done it with her in the bathtub. But she had thought that Hu Xiaoheng was too anxious, but now that she thought about it, he must have been worried that she would find out the truth, so he deliberately did it with her in the bathtub. He didn't want her to feel sad or guilty, and he didn't want her to have any psychological burdens. He shouldered everything on his own and moved forward with the burden. No matter how hard or tiring it was, he would only say nothing. Gu Nianji's tears fell like rain. For her immature self, for Hu Xiaoheng, who silently did everything for her. This was the first watch. There were 2 watches today. Chapter 965. The more Gu Nianji thought about it, the more upset she became. She threw her phone on the floor and impulsively threw off her blankets to get out of bed. She ran out of her bedroom barefooted and ran down the hallway, looking at the tightly shut doors. She didn't know which room was Hu Xiaoheng's. On the other side, Chen Lai struggled with himself. He kept wondering if he should confess and be lenient, confess, go to jail, resist, and go home for the new year. Just as he was thinking about it, he suddenly heard a deafening crash from the phone. It sounded like something heavy had fallen to the ground. Chen Lai jumped up from his bed in fright. His fat body almost collapsed the bed. Nianji. Nianji. Don't do anything stupid. There was no response from the other side. The call had already been disconnected. Chen Lai was panicking. Could it be that the girl had taken things too hard and really committed suicide by jumping off a building? Thinking about how Gu Nianji had cried over the phone and wanted to jump from the 24th floor, his head was about to explode. Chen Lai felt that his death was near. He didn't dare to play around with Gu Nianji's life. He didn't waste a second to overcome Hu Xiaoheng's threat and call Hu Xiaoheng's number. Hu Xiaoheng had already fallen asleep, but he wasn't sound asleep. Suddenly, his phone rang. He took it to see it was Chen Lai's number. He answered the call and said sleepily, "Chen Lai, Happy New Year." Chen Lai was about to cry and stomped his feet in his bedroom. "Hu Xiao, where are you? Do you know where Nianji is?" She just jumped off a building." "What?" Hu Xiaoheng sat up straight. "Chen Lai, have you gone crazy? I'll shoot you if you keep spouting nonsense." "Hu Xiao, if Nianji really did jump off a building, you don't have to shoot me. I'll shoot myself. I mean what I say." Chen Lai was already crying. "It's all my fault. I accidentally mentioned that she was infected with H3AB7 a year and a half ago when I was on the phone. I blurted it out and told her that she had sex with someone to get the antidote." Hu Xiaoheng threw off the blankets and got up from the bed with a livid expression. He rushed to the door with his phone in hand and gritted his teeth at Chen Lai. "Chen Lai. Don't forget you gave me a military order." "I know. I wouldn't have told you if it wasn't an emergency," Chen Lai said shamelessly. "And I didn't violate the military order. I didn't tell her it was you. Nianji thought she had done it with someone else, so she couldn't accept it and felt sorry for you. She said she wanted to jump from the 24th floor. Then I heard a loud noise. Song Jinning's apartment was on the 24th floor. Hu Xiaoheng's ears buzzed. He had no idea what he was thinking. His mind was blank. Almost mechanically, he rushed to the door and yanked it open. His strength was too great, and he was in a trance, so he actually pulled the door handle off. The corridor in front of the door was lit with a warm yellow light, and a girl wearing a black military cotton long t-shirt was walking back and forth in the corridor. When she heard the sound of the door opening, she turned around abruptly. Her flawless skin was like a translucent lychee jelly under the light. There was a hint of pink in her fair skin, and there was moisture in her luster. The long black t-shirt was loosely draped over her body. He could vaguely see her shapely breasts, her slender waist, and her long, snow-white legs. It made his throat tighten. She stood in the middle of the corridor and stared at him in a daze. The expression on her face was a mixture of sadness and joy. She was like a traveler who had traveled for thousands of years and finally found a ferry across the river. She was so beautiful that she didn't seem real. It seemed like she could fly away with the wind at any moment. She couldn't have really jumped off the building, could she? It couldn't be her soul, could it? At that moment, Hu Xiaoheng, who had never believed in ghosts or gods, suddenly had some strange thoughts. He felt the blood in his veins rush up, and his eardrums vibrated violently. His gaze fell on Gu Nianji and was almost glued to her. He couldn't tear his eyes away. Gu Nianji turned around and found Hu Xiaoheng, whom she had been looking for, standing at the door of a room. His gaze was glued to her. Hu Xiao. Gu Nianji called out to him and ran into his arms. She hung on his neck and cried like a child. Hu Xiaoheng reflexively scooped her up with one arm. Her slender body was still warm from the quilt. Hugging her in his arms, she felt strangely warm and soft. Hu Xiaoheng lowered his head and kissed her face. Nianji. What's wrong? Chen Lai first heard Gu Nianji call him Hu Xiao in a sweet voice. Then he heard Hu Xiaoheng call her Nianji in a gentle tone that he had never used before. The public display of affection caught Chen Lai off guard. He felt like his heart was being stabbed by a knife and pierced by thousands of arrows. Gu Nianji was fine and hadn't jumped off the building. He should be relieved that he didn't have to die. But when he turned around, he felt that his next fate was probably worse than death. Chen Lai sat on the floor woodenly. He hung up the phone and hugged his head. He began to think about where he should go to escape. Gu Nianji raised her tearful face and stood on tiptoe to kiss Hu Xiaoheng's lips. She kissed him so eagerly and actively that Hu Xiaoheng almost felt flattered. Hu Xiaoheng wouldn't be Hu Xiaoheng if he didn't take advantage of this opportunity. He closed the door behind him and used his left hand to support Gu Nianji's butt. He carried her into his bedroom and placed her on the bed. Gu Nianji held on to him tightly and wouldn't let him go. Hu Xiaoheng kissed her deeply over and over again and mumbled. Little darling, don't rush. I'll give it to you right away. Gu Nianji's heart trembled. It was as if something in her mind had broken through the floodgates of her memories. But Hu Xiaoheng's kiss had already shifted positions. Not long after, she lost her soul and quickly died a little. She panted heavily and rubbed Hu Xiaoheng's injured arm with one hand. She murmured. Let me do it. Hu Xiaoheng couldn't have asked for more. He turned over to lie on the bed and helped Gu Nianji sit on top of him. After it was over, Gu Nianji couldn't even straighten her back. She lay on Hu Xiaoheng's body like a puddle of spring water. Hu Xiaoheng was in a rare state of complete emptiness. He had always been forceful and domineering when it came to these kinds of things. Occasionally, he would let Gu Nianji take the initiative. But there had never been a time when he felt as good as this time. It was so good that he completely understood what it meant to have tendons and bones ripple. He was enveloped from head to toe by the lingering aftertaste of the explosion. He thought that even if he didn't taste flesh for 3 months, he would still have endless aftertastes. Gu Nianji leaned into Hu Xiaoheng's arms and gently stroked his injured arm. She asked in a hoarse voice. Did I hurt your arm just now? Hu Xiaoheng returned to his senses and lowered his head to kiss her forehead. No. He wrapped his left arm around Gu Nianji's waist and raised his right arm. He pursed his lips and asked, even though he already knew the answer, what's wrong? Why were you crying just now? Not only was she crying, but she was also extremely passionate and proactive. Hu Xiaoheng couldn't help but kiss her cheek again when he thought about the intimacy just now. Gu Nianji rubbed against his chest and drew circles with her finger on his chest. She murmured, Hu Xiao, you can even accept that kind of thing. How can I give up on you? What thing? Hu Xiaoheng looked down at her with a complicated expression. He quietly sat up on the bed and pulled the blanket up to cover the two of them. Gu Nianji looked up at him and said sincerely. I know everything. After I was infected with H3Ob7 at Feng Yishi's house, did I have sex with someone else to get rid of the drug? Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. You ignored me at the time. I thought you didn't like me. I was so sad. Gu Nianji rubbed against Hu Xiaoheng's body and found a comfortable position to lie down. Her face was full of happiness. Gu Nianji felt that although she had experienced that kind of thing, Hu Xiaoheng also had a knot in his heart. He struggled and gave up, but in the end, he still ended up with her. This meant that he truly loved her. Hu Xiaoheng hugged Gu Nianji and was speechless as he listened to her imagine his behavior. Since she knew he loved her so much, how could he let another man touch her? Women's logic was really strange. Who told you that? Hu Xiaoheng rubbed Gu Nianji's waist with his left hand and deliberately teased her. How come I didn't know you had sex with another man? You didn't know. Gu Nianji was shocked. She propped herself up from Hu Xiaoheng's chest and said sharply and directly, if you didn't know, why did you hide from me for the past 6 months? Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. It was the second watch. Chapter 966. Gu Nianji stared at Hu Xiaoheng, her dark eyes so dark she couldn't see the bottom. Hu Xiaoheng pursed his lips and muttered to himself as he looked at her for a while. His left hand moved up and pressed her head against his chest. He avoided the topic. It's all in the past. I knew you knew. Gu Nianji couldn't help laughing. She was very proud of her deduction. Leaning against his chest, she heard his heart beat a little faster than before for a moment, but it quickly returned to normal. She hugged Hu Xiaoheng's neck and lay there quietly for a while. She whispered. Do you still care about it now? Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. He didn't answer. His left hand caressed Gu Nianji's hair. Do you still care? Gu Nianji didn't want to let go of the question. Hu Xiaoheng closed his eyes and said calmly, isn't it all in the past? As long as you don't think about it, it won't bother you. How can I not think about it? Gu Nianji frowned. That was my virginity. My first time. I wanted to give it to you. Gu Nianji's voice became softer and softer until it was inaudible. Hu Xiaoheng couldn't help smiling. He lifted Gu Nianji higher in his arms and began kissing her carefully. I'll take it as you giving it to me. Hu Xiaoheng kissed Gu Nianji until she was panting. He finally let go of her and pressed his face against hers. He rested his chin on her shoulder. You didn't realize it was your first time anyway, so it doesn't count. Gu Nianji was speechless. She blinked, and the feeling that something was wrong intensified. She had long discovered that Hu Xiaoheng had a habit of using his actions to divert her attention when he didn't want to tell the truth. For example, he would kiss her until she lost her sense of direction or make her unable to get out of bed. How can it not count? I can't lie to myself. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She struggled out of Hu Xiaoheng's arms and held onto his broad shoulders. She said seriously, giving your first time to someone else is giving it to someone else. Hu Xiao, you can't lie to yourself. If you still can't accept it, I understand. Hu Xiaoheng felt uncomfortable when he heard that. He held Gu Nianji's waist and wanted to pull her closer so he could kiss her until she couldn't speak. However, this time, Gu Nianji used more strength to resist him. Hu Xiaoheng didn't want to hurt Gu Nianji, so he let go of her and said dryly, it'll be dawn in a few hours. Go to sleep first. I have to go wash up. I can't sleep like this. Gu Nianji pushed him away and got out of bed to shower. Looking at herself in the bathroom mirror, Gu Nianji touched her face. There were some vague things in her mind that surfaced from time to time. She replayed the events from beginning to end, but her memory was too fragmented. The last thing she remembered was Chen Lai's nervous face as he held the phone. Phone. Gu Nianji blinked. Chen Lai was on the phone. Before she lost consciousness, Chen Lai was on the phone. She could still remember Chen Lai's expression. Other than nervousness, there was also eagerness, respect, and a hint of awe. This expression was definitely not someone who was calling someone with a lower position than him. He was calling someone with a higher position than him. At that time, who would Chen Lai have called who held a higher position than him? The answer seemed to be on the verge of being revealed. So Qinlai had asked for Hu Xiaoheng's permission to find a man to sleep with Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji came out of the bathroom with a stomach full of questions and returned to bed. Hu Xiaoheng had already closed his eyes and seemed to be asleep. Gu Nianji reached out and used her hand to trace the bridge of his handsome nose, all the way down to his lips. Hu Xiaoheng held her hand. "Don't mess around. Go to sleep." Gu Nianji lay on the pillow next to him. Her dark eyes seemed to glow in the dark. "Hu Xiao, you know who slept with me, don't you?" Hu Xiaoheng's long eyelashes fluttered. Luckily, Gu Nianji had her head down, so she couldn't see such a small movement. Hu Xiaoheng didn't say anything. He turned to pull Gu Nianji into his arms and made a gesture that said, "I'm very sleepy. I want to sleep." Gu Nianji wasn't going to let him go so easily. "Hu Xiao, you found a man for me, didn't you?" If Qinlai had called Hu Xiaoheng, then the person must have been Hu Xiaoheng's choice. Gu Nianji didn't think that Hu Xiaoheng, who had such a strong desire for control, would let an unreliable national miracle doctor like Qinlai find a man for her. When she found out that Qinlai had said that she had actually slept with a man to get the antidote, she had thought that Qinlai had found a man for her. She had thought that Hu Xiaoheng had been out of town on a mission and Qinlai hadn't been able to contact him, so she had assumed that Qinlai had found a man for her. But in her memory just now, she remembered that Qinlai had been calling someone at the last moment before she lost consciousness. "Qinlai called you. You knew about it, didn't you?" That was the only reason that could explain Hu Xiaoheng's awkwardness after that, right? Or was there another reason? Gu Nianji's habit of being a lawyer emerged again. Hu Xiaoheng's breathing was even, and he seemed to have fallen asleep. Gu Nianji used her hand to check his breathing. She couldn't tell if he was asleep or not, so she turned over and lay flat next to him. She whispered, "Who did it with me?" "Hu Xiao, can you tell me?" She didn't actually expect Hu Xiaoheng to answer, since he was already asleep. But Hu Xiaoheng opened his eyes at that moment, and his voice was full of displeasure. "What are you going to do if you know?" Gu Nianji looked down. "I want to know who he is, what his name is, where he works, and what his status is. He should also be a soldier, right? He doesn't have a girlfriend or a wife, right?" Whether it was Qinlai or the man Hu Xiaoheng found for her, they definitely wouldn't find a man with a girlfriend or even a wife to take her virginity, right? "Yeah, he doesn't, so..." Hu Xiaoheng's tone was calm. If she had ignored his tightly clenched right hand, Gu Nianji wouldn't have noticed anything strange. Unfortunately, because Hu Xiaoheng's arm was injured, she was very worried that she would hurt his arm, so she paid attention to the condition of his right arm. Hu Xiaoheng's subtle movement didn't escape Gu Nianji's eyes. "So I want to thank him." Gu Nianji sat up on the bed. "Why don't you tell me his name and where he is?" "I want to thank him. After all, he saved my life. He doesn't need you to thank him. Stop thinking about it and go to sleep." Hu Xiaoheng turned his back to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji lay down and pressed her face against Hu Xiaoheng's broad back. She smiled. "How do you know he doesn't need me to thank him? This kind of thing is also an unforgettable memory for a man, right? He doesn't remember it, don't worry." Hu Xiaoheng interrupted her idle thoughts. "Qinlai has medicine that can make him unconscious." "There's such a medicine?" Gu Nianji raised her long brows. "But I think I remember it. What should I do? Do I have to ask Qinlai for medicine too?" Hu Xiaoheng's chest tightened, and his heart began to beat uncontrollably. "You remember? How much?" Hu Xiaoheng sat up from the bed and turned on the bedside lamp. He flipped through the bedside table and remembered that this wasn't his bedroom in the official residence. There were no cigarettes here. Gu Nianji's heart was also beating wildly, but she tried her best to remain calm. She smiled and said, "Then how much does Hua Xiao want me to remember?" Hua Xiaoheng turned to look at her, then quickly looked away. "This has nothing to do with me. How much you can remember is up to you." He thought of Gu Nianji's special constitution and felt a trace of uncertainty. What if she really remembered it? What should he do? Oh, I really shouldn't have remembered. Why does my memory have to be so good? Gu Nianji used a very annoying and coy tone to say, "His technique is really good. I heard that the first time is very painful, but he is so memorable." Hua Xiaoheng pulled her over roughly and pressed her under his body. He kissed her fiercely. "I think you don't want to sleep. Hua Xiao, don't be like this. I just want to thank him. I don't even know what he looks like. The person Hua Xiao found for me shouldn't be bad, right? You know I'm a fan of looks and voices." Gu Nianji kept talking to provoke Hua Xiaoheng. "No matter who that person is, I'll be grateful to him. I'll be grateful to him for the rest of my life." Hua Xiaoheng tried to use one hand to hold her in place. He panted and said, "As long as you're obedient for the rest of your life, you'll be grateful to him." Gu Nianji suddenly understood. Lying on her back, she suddenly kicked upwards. Taking advantage of Hua Xiaoheng's quick evasion, she rolled out from under him. Her face was suddenly livid. "It's you. The man Chunlai said would sleep with me and be my antidote was you, wasn't it? This was the first watch. It was the third watch. The monthly ticket was 2,700 plus watch at 1 p.m. The third watch at 7 p.m. Chapter 967. Hua Xiaoheng propped himself up on the bed and knelt on one leg. He looked up at Gu Nianji with a dark expression and did not directly answer her question. He said calmly, "If you kicked any faster, you'd be the one suffering." His left hand covered his lower body, which was still ready to strike. He panted slightly, and there were fine beads of sweat on his forehead. Gu Nianji quickly glanced at him. She couldn't remember if she had kicked him or not, so she said stubbornly, "If I had been any faster, you would have been crippled. Why would I be the one suffering? If I'm crippled, who are you sleeping with?" Hua Xiaoheng took a deep breath to calm himself down. Turning around, he pulled on his pajama pants and said in a low voice, "Isn't it tough being a widow for the rest of my life?" "Humph. You're crippled, it's your turn to be a widow." "Why should I be a widow? I'll be so happy to find another one." Gu Nianji's face flushed with anger at Hua Xiaoheng's attitude. She trembled all over and even began to speak incoherently. Hua Xiaoheng chuckled and got off the bed without saying anything. He thought that he probably wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. If he had known earlier, he would have brought a pack of cigarettes. "You don't believe me?" Gu Nianji frowned as she picked up the black cotton military t-shirt that Hua Xiaoheng had crumpled into a pickle and put it on. She got out of bed as well. "You still haven't answered me. Is it you? Is that important?" Hua Xiaoheng put one hand in the pocket of his pajama pants and looked at her calmly. "Your life was in danger at that time. Besides, it was just sex." Gu Nianji raised her eyebrows and said stiffly, "Fine, you saved my life. I thank you. Is this how you treat your savior?" Hua Xiaoheng leaned forward slightly and said with interest, "You make it sound like you're going to kill me." Gu Nianji pursed her lips. "Anyway, I thank you. However, Hua Xiao, if we're just normal friends, I won't have any complaints about what you've done. In fact, I'll be eternally grateful to you. You can hide it from me or tell me, I won't object. But we're not ordinary friends. We used to be lovers. How could you do such a thing and then walk away and avoid me? And then he kept it a secret from me. This is called cheating. I hate being cheated the most." Hua Xiaoheng lowered his head and said dryly. When I did it with you, we were just normal friends. So. Gu Nianji, speaking of which, the feeling of lifting a rock and smashing one's own foot was really unpleasant. However, she quickly regained her composure and took a step forward. Ordinary friends. Who are you trying to fool? If it was another woman who was under the influence of this aphrodisiac, would you sleep with her? Really? Hu Xiaoheng looked at Gu Nianji's big eyes, which were filled with anger and looked extremely lively. He couldn't say a single word, yes. Why aren't you talking? Gu Nianji took another step forward. Can you? Hu Xiaoheng sighed. If he said yes, not only would he be lying to Gu Nianji, but he would also be lying to himself. But if she said no, Gu Nianji's tail would be even more cocky. This girl was getting more and more arrogant, so he could only stay silent and look away. I just don't understand. Why didn't you tell me? Gu Nianji became aggrieved as she spoke. It's not like you don't know how I feel about you. She was like a blank piece of paper in front of him. She trusted him unconditionally, relied on him, and treated him as her faith. However, she suddenly realized that her faith had lied to her. This feeling was unbearable. Gu Nianji could only feel her anger level rising. That day in Germany, when she saw the video of Hu Xiaoheng and Tan Guiren getting off the plane together, it destroyed her feelings for him. Now that she discovered that he was hiding the past from her, it almost destroyed all her trust in him. Gu Nianji stared at Hu Xiaoheng, hoping that he would say something and say that he only slept with her because of her. However, Hu Xiaoheng still didn't say a word. He didn't even look at her. He leaned against the window sill and stretched his long legs. His right hand was bent in front of his chest, and his left hand was in his trouser pocket. His face was slightly tilted, and only the perfect outline of his profile could be seen. Time passed by, and Gu Nianji's legs were stiff from waiting. Hu Xiaoheng straightened up from the window sill. Stop fooling around. Go to sleep. He walked past Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji was very unwilling and reached out to grab his left hand. However, Hu Xiaoheng's left hand was extremely agile. In the blink of an eye, he exchanged a few blows with Gu Nianji and quickly pinned her arm behind her back. You don't want to sleep. Do you want me to tie you up and take you to sleep? Hu Xiaoheng had taught Gu Nianji the little grappling technique, and she practiced it often. Normal people couldn't beat her. However, Hu Xiaoheng was certainly not a normal person. However, it was truly unusual for his left hand to be so agile when his right arm was injured. You're left-handed. Gu Nianji suddenly understood and turned to glare at Hu Xiaoheng. Fine, fine, fine. You treat me like a fool. If you want to hide it, then hide it. If you want to lie to me, then lie to me. Hu Xiaoheng froze and felt a headache coming on. This girl was really smart. She was this smart. Gu Nianji really felt like a fool at that moment. She was worried that Hu Xiaoheng's right hand was inconvenient, so she fed him and helped him bathe. In his eyes, she was a complete fool, wasn't she? Gu Nianji's eyes reddened. She was disheartened and didn't want to make a scene anymore. Let go of me, Major General Hua. Gu Nianji stopped struggling and looked forward. You're good and capable. I'm only fit to be played around by you. Please have mercy and let me go. I'm really tired. Hu Xiaoheng let go of her hand and turned her around by her shoulders. You're crying. Hu Xiaoheng tilted his head to look at her. Is that worth crying? It would have been better if Hu Xiaoheng hadn't said it. As soon as he said it, Gu Nianji felt even more wronged. Tears streamed down her face. She didn't say anything again and only cried silently. She looked so lovely and pitiful. Hu Xiaoheng knew that the self-control he was so proud of had never been successful with Gu Nianji. He pulled her into his arms and wiped her tears. You already know the reason. Why are you still asking me? I don't know. I'm a fool. I don't know anything. Gu Nianji paused and continued to turn her head. I once thought about avoiding you. Hua Xiaoheng held Gu Nianji's hand. But I didn't succeed. Even if you try to avoid me now, you won't succeed. We were meant to be together. Gu Nianji pouted. Then after you had sex with me, you didn't see me for half a year. Were you still struggling? Speak properly. When have I ever struggled? Hua Xiaoheng frowned unhappily. You didn't. Why didn't you see me for half a year if you didn't? Gu Nianji pouted. You don't know how hard it was for me. I'm sorry. Hua Xiaoheng pulled her into his arms. You were underage at the time. I was afraid I would make a mistake. The first time he did it with her, it was to save her life, so even if she was underage, it wasn't wrong. But after that, Hua Xiaoheng was worried that he would crave the taste, so he could only force himself not to see her. Gu Nianji was taken aback. She hadn't considered the underage part at all. Now that she thought about it carefully, when she was infected with H3Ob7, she was not even 18 years old. It was the second watch, and the monthly ticket for 2,700 plus watch arrived. It was the third watch at 7 p.m. Chapter 968. But so what if she was underage? What he had done was what he had done. What's more, he had Chunlai issue a military order. Gu Nianji didn't have to look to know what was written on the military order. At that time, he was worried that others would find out, right? After all, he was still her guardian at that time, and she was indeed underage. Gu Nianji also knew that if Hua Xiaoheng's political enemies found out about this, Hua Xiaoheng would really be done for. But she still felt a little sad. Struggling out of Hua Xiaoheng's embrace, Gu Nianji lowered her head and turned to leave. Where are you going? Hua Xiaoheng grabbed her arm. It's so late. Sleep here. He was actually worried that Gu Nianji would take things too hard and do something stupid. After all, Chunlai's call had left a psychological scar on Hua Xiaoheng. No, I'm going back to my room to sleep. Gu Nianji shook her head stubbornly. Hua Xiao, you're too amazing. You can play a weak woman like me around whenever and wherever you want. I don't dare to hang around in front of you anymore. Who knows when you'll sell me off, and I'll even count the money for you. What was going on? The stone in Hua Xiaoheng's heart fell to the ground, and then he realized that the stone had fallen on his own feet. He helplessly followed Gu Nianji out to her bedroom. Go back. I won't do anything stupid. Gu Nianji calmly climbed into bed and pulled the blanket over herself. Hua Xiaoheng didn't hesitate. He turned around to close the door and turn off the lights. He then returned to Gu Nianji's bed and lifted the blankets to lie down. Gu Nianji pushed him. Go back to your room. If Auntie sees this, how am I supposed to live? It's okay. I'll go back to my bedroom before Miss Song comes out. Hua Xiaoheng didn't allow for an explanation. He pulled Gu Nianji into his arms. Go to sleep. I'll wake you up. Gu Nianji had been throwing a tantrum all night and doing something physically exhausting with Hua Xiaoheng. She was also exhausted. She didn't have the strength to push him anymore, so she fell into a deep sleep in his arms. Hua Xiaoheng breathed a sigh of relief when she finally stopped. Before she went to sleep, she took out her phone and saw that Chunlai had sent her a series of hanging emojis to express his sincere remorse. Hua Xiaoheng put down his phone and didn't reply to Chunlai. Gu Nianji seemed to have only dozed off for a moment before she saw the sun rise. As expected, Hua Xiaoheng was nowhere to be seen. She stretched herself and sat up on the bed. The room was filled with sunlight, shining through the white muslin curtains. After spacing out for a while, Gu Gu Nianji lifted the covers and got out of bed. Just then, she heard someone knocking on the door. Song Jinning's voice came from the door. Gu Nianji quickly went to open the door. "Good morning, Auntie." Song Jinning was wearing a lake green cashmere cardigan and white wool pants. She looked at her with a refreshing smile. "Breakfast is ready. You and Xiaoheng can go eat. I'm leaving." Gu Nianji pulled Song Jinning in surprise. "Auntie, where are you going? Are you going to give New Year's greetings?" "I'm not giving New Year's greetings." Song Jinning patted her shoulder. "I'm going to the lab. After running a few programs last night, I had a new idea." She took out Hu Guanyuan's phone and shook it in front of Gu Nianji. "And this one. It's also waiting for me to decrypt it." Gu Nianji watched enviously as Song Jinning left in a hurry, disappearing down the hallway stairs. After washing up, Gu Nianji went downstairs to the dining room. She found Hu Xiaoheng already sitting at the dining table, flipping through a newspaper. Seeing Gu Nianji come in, Hu Xiaoheng folded the newspaper and placed it on the small table behind him. "Eat breakfast. I went out to buy it. This beef buns and millet porridge are your favorites." Hu Xiaoheng pushed a plate of beef buns the size of an egg to Gu Nianji. "After eating, we'll go to General Ji's house to give New Year's greetings." Gu Nianji finished her breakfast in silence. When she went upstairs to change, Gu Nianji objected. "I don't want to go. I don't know them well. Hu Xiaoheng, I want to go back to my own home." Hu Xiaoheng buttoned up his military uniform and said calmly, "Let's go. General Ji knows we're married." Gu Nianji's face flushed again. She glared at Hu Xiaoheng angrily. "How many people know about this? General Ji is the only one in the military who knows, so I have to take you to him for New Year's greetings." Hu Xiaoheng buttoned up his uniform and buckled his belt. "Don't worry. No one else knows. I told General Ji, and he promised to keep it a secret." Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief, but still asked suspiciously, "You're not lying to me this time, are you? I really don't want to be played like a monkey again." Hu Xiaoheng nodded calmly. "No, only General Ji and Secretary Chao know we're married. And Chen Lai and Zhou Qiyuan. These four people aren't blabbermouths. Even Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi didn't know." Gu Nianji pouted. "Chen Lai isn't blabbermouthed. I think I know a fake Chen Lai." Hu Xiaoheng curled his lips. "Don't worry. I'll make sure he remembers this time." Gu Nianji felt very uneasy when she heard his threatening words. She hesitated and reluctantly pleaded for Chen Lai. "Brother Chen didn't mean it. He's very reliable most of the time." "It's not enough to be reliable most of the time." Hu Xiaoheng appeared very serious. "You have to be reliable all the time. Chen Lai is obviously lacking." Gu Nianji was speechless. Forget it. She had tried her best. Thinking about how Chen Lai and Hu Xiaoheng were also hiding things from her, Gu Nianji felt a little unhappy. Hu Xiaoheng turned to persuade her again. "But how long are you going to hide our marriage? Why don't you take the opportunity to bring some wedding candies?" Gu Nianji almost rolled her eyes 360 times in her mind. Giving some wedding candies during the new year, and he thought she was married. "Sorry, Gu Nianji, am not that cheap." Gu Nianji sat down and didn't leave. "If you want to bring wedding candies, go yourself. I won't admit it anyway. I was just mentioning it. If you don't want to, then forget it." Hu Xiaoheng pulled her up. "Hurry up and get changed. We're running out of time." Gu Nianji took a deep breath and walked to her room. Fortunately, she had brought a few decent clothes with her. Because it was the new year, Gu Nianji changed into a bright red cashmere sweater and wore a peacock blue seawater pearl necklace. The pearl necklace was the size of a pinky finger. It reflected the bright red cashmere sweater and complemented each other. Hu Xiaoheng was still in his military uniform. He put on a wool military coat and went out with Gu Nianji. On the first day of the new year, the military compound where General Ji lived was bustling with people. Gu Nianji followed Hu Xiaoheng into the private courtyard where General Ji lived. Before they even entered, they could hear waves of laughter coming from inside. Xiaoheng, what a coincidence. You're also here to pay New Year's greetings to General Ji. Speaker Long's voice came from behind. Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng turned around and saw Speaker Long and a few people getting out of the car. Gu Nianji was very familiar with one of them. It was Special Assistant Yang. It was the third watch. Chapter 969. Gu Nianji certainly wouldn't argue with Hu Xiaoheng when someone came to greet her. She had never made a mistake in her etiquette in front of a large crowd. Hu Xiaoheng stopped and shook hands with Speaker Long with a smile. Happy New Year, Speaker Long. You seem to have gotten a few years younger since I last saw you. The busier you are, the more energetic you are. Ha ha ha. Xiaoheng, you really know how to talk. The busier I am, the more energetic I am. Speaker Long laughed heartily and quickly looked at Gu Nianji, who was standing next to Hu Xiaoheng. Miss Gu. It's so good to see you. You're here to visit General Ji too. Speaker Long turned to look at Gu Nianji and reached out his hand. I was planning to talk to you after the new year and happened to run into you here today. This is really a chance encounter, ahahaha. Gu Nianji was a little flattered and quickly shook his hand. She smiled and said, originally, I didn't have the right to come to this place, but Hu Xiao's right arm was injured, and Colonel Yin and Colonel Zhao weren't by his side, so I volunteered to be his nurse. Hu Xiaoheng didn't expect Gu Nianji to come up with such an excuse. He couldn't help but look at her but didn't expose her. Speaker Long was shocked and looked at Hu Xiaoheng. How did your right arm get injured? Is it serious? Hu Xiaoheng had come to visit for the new year, so his right arm wasn't in a splint. It was just slightly bent and hanging by his side. If Gu Nianji didn't say anything, most people wouldn't be able to tell that Hu Xiaoheng's arm was injured. It's not serious. I was accidentally shocked during the annual inspection. Hu Xiaoheng told the truth. There was nothing to hide. Oh, that's good. Speaker Long patted his shoulder. Xiaoheng, although you're young, you still have to take care. I'll be careful. Thank you, Speaker Long, Hu Xiaoheng said politely and turned to walk side by side with Speaker Long to the steps of General Ji's courtyard. Gu Nianji naturally fell a step behind and walked with Special Assistant Yang, who was behind Speaker Long. Special Assistant Yang looked straight ahead, so Gu Nianji didn't take the initiative to greet him. Speaker Long chatted with Hu Xiaoheng for a bit. As he walked up the steps, he remembered what he wanted to tell Gu Nianji. He turned around to look at her and asked, Miss Gu, I heard that you graduated your master's degree in advance. Gu Nianji nodded quickly. You can just call me Nianji. Yes, I just graduated with a master's degree. That's ahead of schedule. That's good, that's good. Speaker Long was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. He didn't even care about Hu Xiaoheng anymore. He confided in Gu Nianji, Nianji, the Secretariat of the Senate is currently recruiting people. You should apply, and I'll write a recommendation letter for you. With such a good seedling like you, I have to strike first to gain the upper hand. Gu Nianji didn't expect Speaker Long to think so highly of her. Oh. Are you serious? Of course, why would I joke around with a little girl like you? Speaker Long refused to let go of her hand. By the way, Qingying, you know Xie Qingying, right? I heard she's your relative. Cousin Xie. I know her. Gu Nianji nodded with a smile. We even had dinner together. Ever since Gu Nianji helped Xie Qingying clear the suspicion of being of Japanese descent in court, Xie Dezhao and Xie Qingying had been very nice to Gu Nianji. Moreover, they were relatives. Gu Nianji's father, Gu Xiangwen, and Xie Qingying's mother, Gu Tian, who was also Xie Dezhao's wife, were biological siblings. Speaker Long quickly said, Qingying's mother is my cousin now, so it looks like we're relatives too. Gu Nianji knew this. Originally, she didn't want to be related to Speaker Long, but Speaker Long took the initiative to say it. She played along with him and said with a smile, oh, then I'm really in a higher position. With Speaker Long as my backer in the future, won't I be able to do whatever I want? Are you born in the year of the crab? Speaker Long smiled. He thought it was very interesting to talk to Gu Nianji. No, of course I'm not born in the year of the crab. Gu Nianji smoothly held on to Speaker Long's arm as they walked up the stairs. Since you're not born in the year of the crab, how can you do whatever you want? Speaker Long laughed heartily and walked with Gu Nianji to the entrance of General Ji's house. Hua Xiaoheng fell behind. However, he didn't look unhappy. On the contrary, Hua Xiaoheng felt proud that Gu Nianji had received Speaker Long's recognition. Special Assistant Yang also fell behind and was now walking with Hua Xiaoheng. Miss Gu is so lucky. She has Hua Xiao to protect her and Speaker Long to back her up. For someone like her, the starting line is the finishing line for others, Special Assistant Yang said with emotion. He glanced at Hua Xiaoheng, but Hua Xiaoheng didn't respond. He smiled faintly and walked into the entrance. When they entered General Ji's house, they immediately saw General Ji sitting in the living room and chatting with the people who had arrived earlier. Everyone was in a good mood, and laughter could be heard from the other side. As soon as Speaker Long entered, he was immediately led to General Ji. Everyone stood up and shook hands with Speaker Long. General Ji greeted Speaker Long and quickly saw Gu Nianji standing next to Speaker Long. He said in surprise, Nianji. You came with Speaker Long. Where's Xiaoheng? Gu Nianji blushed slightly but still replied gracefully, Hua Xiao is here too. She turned to look at the entrance. Look, I'm here now. Speaker Long smiled at General Ji. I know Xiaoheng is your favorite general, but you don't have to be so biased, right? You didn't even look at me when I was standing in front of you. Ha 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 ha, of course not. I was just too surprised to see Nianji come in with you. General Ji said as he waved at Gu Nianji. Nianji, how did you come with Speaker Long? Gu Nianji smiled. I came with Hua Xiao and met Speaker Long at the door, so we walked in together. She knew that the people sitting there were all the most powerful people in the Huaxia Empire. She wasn't familiar with them, and they were only polite to her because of Hua Xiaoheng. As soon as Hua Xiaoheng came over, she tactfully retreated. As expected, General Ji and Speaker Long both began to talk to Hua Xiaoheng. Everyone sat down on the sofa in the living room and began to talk about their national affairs. Gu Nianji walked alone to a small sitting room attached to the living room. It wasn't a big place, only about 10 square meters. The bay window was covered with soft cushions and a pillow with a panda design. Gu Nianji's own pillow was in the shape of a small panda, so it looked very familiar. There were already people sitting together in twos and threes. Whether it was the long sofa or the single sofa, they were all occupied. They all looked like the attendants of the big shots in the living room. Gu Nianji greeted them and naturally sat on the bay window sill. She was lost in thought as she looked at the winter scenery outside. Outside the window was General Ji's flower garden. There were 2 winter plum trees in the winter garden, blooming brilliantly and fragrant. A middle-aged woman who looked like a servant walked over with a tea tray. She smiled at Gu Nianji. Miss Gu, this is crystal winter plum cake and meat floss egg rolls. Please try them. Would you like tea or coffee? Gu Nianji thought about it. What kind of coffee do you have? Latte, cappuccino, black coffee, all of them, and milk tea. Oh, milk tea then. Gu Nianji thought it would be delicious with the crystal winter plum cake. Soon after, the milk tea was brought in. Gu Nianji sat cross-legged on the bay window sill. There were 2 plates of pastries and a cup of steaming milk tea on the tea tray in front of her. Gu Nianji held the milk tea in her palm and took a deep breath. Smelling the unique fragrance of the milk tea, she looked intoxicated. Although Hu Xiaoheng was sitting far away in the living room, at least half of his attention was on Gu Nianji. Seeing her happily sitting cross-legged on the bay window sill in the small living room with pastries in front of her and milk tea in her hand, he finally relaxed. He shifted his gaze back to General Ji and Speaker Long to focus on their conversation. The big shots were also using this opportunity to have a meeting. The entire living room of General Ji's house was under strict surveillance. Special Assistant Yang didn't have the right to participate in this kind of emergency meeting. Therefore, he was also led to the living room where the attendants were. He smiled and said, "Special Assistant Yang, please take a seat. I'll bring you some pastries." Special Assistant Yang waved his hand. "No need, just give me a cup of coffee. Latte, no sugar." "Okay." After the servant left, Special Assistant Yang came to Gu Nianji and bowed slightly. "Miss Gu, we meet again." Gu Nianji nodded with a smile. "Special Assistant Yang, we met outside just now." At the time, Special Assistant Yang pretended she didn't exist. Gu Nianji only noticed Special Assistant Yang's gaze when Speaker Long pulled her aside to talk. Miss Gu is so funny." Special Assistant Yang sat cross-legged across from her and nodded with a smile. "Miss Gu is so lucky. You had the protection of a professor in school and graduated early. As soon as you graduated, the job automatically came to you. It seems that you also received a lot of resources from Major General Hua. This is like having a big tree to lean on, ha ha ha." This was the first update. Today was Monday, so everyone had to vote for her. Chapter 970. Gu Nianji's eyebrows twitched, but her expression didn't change. She had already sensed that Special Assistant Yang didn't like her, so she didn't get angry at his words. However, although she wasn't angry, she couldn't take it lying down. It was fine that she was humiliated in front of Hu Xiaoheng, but who was Special Assistant Yang? How dare he provoke her with his words? Gu Nianji blinked and looked down to take a sip of her fragrant milk tea. She said calmly, "Special Assistant Yang, you are also Speaker Long's right-hand man. How can your words be illogical? Which university did you graduate from? The quality of your teaching is worrying." Special Assistant Yang was most proud of his education. He had relied on his own ability to get into the B University Faculty of Law and climb to his current position in the Senate Secretariat. It wasn't like he didn't have any skills. How could he be called illogical by a pretty face he looked down on? I told you that we were classmates in the B University Faculty of Law. It seems like your memory isn't that good. If I'm illogical, then I'm afraid Miss Gu doesn't know how to spell the word logic. Special Assistant Yang didn't bother being polite with Gu Nianji anymore. Gu Nianji snorted and tilted her head to look at Special Assistant Yang lazily. Alumni of B University. TSK, there are all kinds of birds in a big forest. It's not surprising that the B University Faculty of Law has alumni like Special Assistant Yang. What do you mean? Special Assistant Yang's expression darkened. It's not gentlemanly to speak sarcastically. Gu Nianji put a piece of crystal wintersweet cake into her mouth and swallowed it slowly before shaking her head. Special Assistant Yang, I'm the same to you. Weren't you the one who spoke sarcastically first? I'm telling the truth. Am I also speaking sarcastically? Special Assistant Yang laughed and felt even more disdain for Gu Nianji. What did Speaker Long actually see in her? Was it because of Xie Qingying? Gu Nianji laughed. You're telling the truth. You're illogical, so how dare you say you're telling the truth? Seeing that Special Assistant Yang was about to defend himself again, Gu Nianji didn't give him a chance to speak. She climbed down from the bay window and stood in front of Special Assistant Yang. She said condescendingly, "Listen to what you just said. I graduated early because of the professor's protection. As soon as I graduated, a job came knocking on my door. You didn't mention this, but we all know that it was the position that Speaker Long proposed today. One was Professor He of B University, and the other was Speaker Long of the Senate. Do you know what kind of person Professor He is? You know what kind of person Speaker Long is, right? Can Major General Hu order these two people around?" Executive Assistant Yang almost bit his tongue and quickly said, "Of course not." Who was Speaker Long? Bright wind and clear moon. His character was top-notch. How could he listen to someone else's orders? That's right. Gu Nianji clasped her hands together. So, Speaker Long taking a liking to me and inviting me to join his secretariat has nothing to do with Major General Hu at all. What right do you have to say that Major General Hu gave me the resources? Executive Assistant Yang's face darkened. The small living room wasn't very big, so the people sitting inside heard their conversation and looked over curiously. Also, what about Professor He? Do you know what kind of person Professor He is? I see that you're not saying anything, so I'll pretend that you don't know. Professor He is not only a distinguished professor of the B University Faculty of Law, but also a tenured professor at Harvard Law School in the United States. He is also a partner of the largest law firm in the United States. May I ask, can Major General Hu order such a person around? Professor He and Speaker Long, do these two people act according to other people's wishes? If they aren't, then what right do you have to say that I have someone to rely on? Who gave you the courage? Liang Jingru. Gu Nianji picked up a tissue to wipe her hands and raised her voice. The people in the living room couldn't help laughing, and some even spat out the coffee in their mouths. The servants waiting at the door of the living room quickly called for people to come in and clean up. The commotion here was a little bigger, and the big shots in the small meeting in the living room all looked over one by one. Hu Xiaoheng saw Gu Nianji standing in front of Special Assistant Yang at first glance. Although Gu Nianji's back was facing them, Special Assistant Yang was facing them. From Special Assistant Yang's shocked and embarrassed expression, he knew that Gu Nianji wasn't at a disadvantage. Therefore, Hu Xiaoheng didn't say a word and took out a cigarette to toast everyone. Because they were going to smoke, the door of the small living room connected to the living room was closed. The big shots were smoking in the spacious living room and had an impromptu small meeting. Gu Nianji saw that the door to the living room was closed, so she wasn't worried about being overheard by the people in the living room. She said even more arrogantly, "So, Special Assistant Yang, do you think you're illogical? Also, is it because you're not good enough and got into the secretariat through the back door that you're trying to figure out other people? But just because you like to use your connections to get in through the back door doesn't mean others will. Professor He has the final say on when I can graduate. Whether or not I can get into the secretariat in the future is up to Speaker Long. You don't have to worry about that." After Gu Nianji finished speaking, she left the bay window sill and found a seat by the door to sit down. She calmly took out her phone and began playing games. Special Assistant Yang was furious, but seeing that there were so many people around, he couldn't really argue with Gu Nianji. He looked at her for a while with a sullen expression and didn't follow her. He also took out his phone to see if there were any important emails. Not long after, he received a text from Kai Xingnan. Miss Kai, Special Assistant Yang, are you at General G's house? Special Assistant Yang immediately replied, here. The two of them casually chatted for a while. Miss Kai, who else went? Unfortunately, I didn't have the chance to visit General G for the new year. My uncle and aunt didn't go, so I couldn't go. I envy you. Special Assistant Yang, Miss Kai, you're too kind. To me, it's like work. Speaker Long's New Year's visit is also work. Miss Kai, yes, it's all work. By the way, I heard that Major General Hua also went, is that right? Is he there too? Special Assistant Yang saw this and quickly looked up at Gu Nianji, who was sitting by the door, then sent a message to Kai Xingnan. Special Assistant Yang, Hua Xiao is here, and he brought Gu Nianji with him. Kai Xingnan saw this message and seemed to be stunned for a while. She didn't reply for a few minutes. Special Assistant Yang curled one side of his lips and smiled. These two people were both his competitors. Just when Special Assistant Yang thought that Kai Xingnan wouldn't reply to him, Kai Xingnan replied to his message. Miss Kai, really? That's interesting. I heard that they broke up. Is this information not accurate? Special Assistant Yang, Miss Kai, your information is very accurate. They did break up. Today, Gu Nianji followed Major General Hua to visit General Ji for the new year as his nurse. Major General Hua was injured. Kai Xingnan was even more worried. She stopped texting and called Special Assistant Yang directly. Special Assistant Yang, what did you say? Major General Hua was injured. Where was he injured? Is it serious? Special Assistant Yang looked at Gu Nianji with a smile. It seems to be an arm. It shouldn't be serious. Gu Nianji was immersed in her game and didn't know about Special Assistant Yang's little trick at all. If it's not serious, then why is Gu Nianji accompanying him as a nurse? Why is this person like this? What is he thinking? Besides, doesn't Major General Hua have a personal secretary? Why is she going out with him? Kai Xingnan expressed her confusion. Special Assistant Yang couldn't agree more. He shook his head and said, Major General Hua's personal secretary didn't even come today. Miss Kai, do you think everyone is like you and relies on their own abilities to make a living? Besides, she's an orphan and her father died young. Only a fool wouldn't suck up to Major General Hua. It was the second watch. Today was Monday, so everyone had to vote for her. Chapter 971. They're not with Major General Hua. Kai Xingnan was shocked. It's the new year. Where did they go? I don't know. I'm not part of their system, so it's hard to find out. The Special Operations Forces was as solid as a steel plate, and no one could penetrate it. Special Assistant Yang had even tried to plant some Senate spies into the Special Operations Forces in the past, but Hua Xiaoheng had carried out a massive purge, and none of his spies were spared. They were all sent to the military court. After that, they never dared to place people in the Special Operations Forces again. Kai Xingnan felt bad after hearing Special Assistant Yang's words. She snorted and said dryly, it seems like people shouldn't be so thin-skinned. People who are thin-skinned are afraid of everything. My cousin and Major General Hua are a match made in heaven, but she's not as thick-skinned as some people who insist on staying by his side. Why don't you take a look at your own wealth? Do you think you're worthy of a family like the Hua family? Special Assistant Yang listened to the jealousy that couldn't be suppressed and was shocked for 2 seconds. He quickly changed his tone and smiled like an elder. You can't say that. Gu Nianji is actually quite rich. Her family's inheritance is an astronomical figure. When she was fighting her inheritance lawsuit, I attended 2 of the hearings. My opinion was insignificant, but Speaker Long was full of praise for her. He even told me to win her over and planned to recommend her to the special office of the Secretariat of the Senate. Kai Xingnan was silent for a while. Her breathing could be heard clearly. It was obvious she was feeling emotional. Special Assistant Yang didn't say anything either. He waited quietly for a while before Kai Xingnan continued, inheritance. That was originally her sister, Gu Yanran's, right? Didn't she use Major General Hua's power to fight a lawsuit and split the inheritance with her biological daughter? Also, she can't protect her family's inheritance even if she has money but no power. She has no parents or relatives. If it were me, I would also cling to Major General Hua and not let go. That's common sense. Oh, that's not true. The Gu family's inheritance does belong to Gu Nianji. Gu Yanran isn't even a biological daughter of the Gu family. That's already very clear. Special Assistant Yang explained to Kai Xingnan in detail. Because the case was closed, the media didn't report it. Only the highest-ranking officials and related relatives and friends could listen to the entire trial. At the end of the trial, Gu Yanran was still in custody because she was suspected of murder for money. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter, and her subordinates have long run away. Therefore, Kai Xingnan didn't know much about the details of the lawsuit. Actually, Kai Xingnan was the same as Special Assistant Yang. They both believed that Gu Nianji had won the estate dispute lawsuit not because of her own abilities, but because of Yi Zhichu and Hua Xiaoheng. Now that Special Assistant Yang had confirmed that Gu Nianji was indeed the heir to the Gu family's astronomical inheritance, Kai Xingnan raised an eyebrow and said, actually, it doesn't mean anything that the inheritance is hers. This kind of inheritance located abroad is usually managed by a trust fund. At most, Gu Nianji can receive a fixed share of the estate income from the trust fund every month. It's impossible for her to have the qualifications and ability to control the entire estate. Oh, I'm not sure about that. Miss Kai has always been a lawyer in the United States, so she definitely knows more about this than I do. Special Assistant Yang was very humble and flattered Kai Xingnan very well. Kai Xingnan also introduced him to how trust funds operated abroad and finally ended the conversation happily. After putting down the phone, Kai Xingnan walked around the room a few times. Although she didn't think much of Gu Nianji shamelessly following Hua Xiaoheng around, she was more worried about Hua Xiaoheng's health. However, it was the first day of the Lunar New Year, so she couldn't go to a local doctor to ask how to recuperate in such a situation. Later, she remembered that the United States didn't celebrate the Lunar New Year, so she quickly called a doctor she was familiar with in the United States. When the doctor heard that it was only an electric shock, he didn't care and smiled to reassure her. He said that it was only a superficial wound and wouldn't hurt his muscles or bones. Kai Xingnan patted her face and realized that she was so nervous that her face was stiff. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, she celebrated the holiday at Prime Minister Tan's official residence. Her aunt, Kai Songyin, and her daughter, Tan Guiren, were there to entertain the guests who came to visit. Of course, they were all cabinet officials and their families. Other than Prime Minister Tan, the person with the highest position today was probably the Minister of the Interior, Bai Jianqing. He had brought his daughter, Bai Yueran, with him. Tan Guiren was now the chief violinist of the army's performing group, so she could be considered to have joined the army. She was in the same system as Bai Yueran. She was in charge of entertaining Bai Yueran. Director Bai, try this. It's authentic cantaloupe from the northwest. It just arrived by air yesterday. Tan Guiren enthusiastically placed a crystal plate in front of Bai Yueran. On it was a sliced cantaloupe with 8 petals. Bai Yueran picked up a toothpick and forked a piece of cantaloupe into her mouth. The fragrant and sweet juice immediately awakened all the taste buds. Yes, it's really not bad. There's fresh cantaloupe to eat on the first day of the Lunar New Year, and the best part is that it's from the northwest. Bai Yueran narrowed her eyes and ate with relish. Tan Guiren sat beside her and ate the cantaloupe with her. They chatted quietly, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. At that moment, Kai Xingnan walked over and sat next to Tan Guiren and across from Bai Yueran. She also reached out to eat a piece of cantaloupe as she asked Bai Yueran, "Director Bai, I just heard someone say that Major General Hu went to General Ji's house to visit the Lunar New Year, but his personal secretary didn't go with him." Bai Yueran smiled. "That's an internal matter of our system." She then asked, "Miss Kai, why are you asking about this?" Kai Xingnan laughed heartily and said openly, "I'm worried about Major General Hu. I heard that his right arm is injured, so it must be very inconvenient for him to go about his daily life." Bai Yueran was also very surprised. Major General Hu's right arm is injured. When did that happen? Why didn't I know about it? Hu Xiaoheng had been injured on the Lunar New Year's Eve when he was doing the system's annual inspection. Of course, she didn't know. Kai Xingnan had just learned about it from Special Assistant Yang over the phone, but she wouldn't reveal her source of information. She only said vaguely, "I heard it from a friend who happened to be visiting General Ji's house for the Lunar New Year." This friend must be very important to be able to visit General Ji's house for the Lunar New Year at this time. Bai Yueran glanced at her and didn't say anything. Tan Guiren couldn't sit still after hearing that. Ever since Hu Xiaoheng's mother, Song Jining, personally told her to get together with Hu Xiaoheng's father, Wu Guanchen, Tan Guiren had been ashamed and angry for a long time. She had already made up her mind not to contact Hu Xiaoheng anymore. Song Jining was Hu Xiaoheng's mother, and she had clearly expressed her dislike for her. Tan Guiren didn't want Hu Xiaoheng to be stuck between his mother and her, so she had already taken the initiative to distance herself from Hu Xiaoheng. Although she had also been with the military art troupe for the past 2 weeks, she had automatically blocked all news related to Hu Xiaoheng. The military art troupe was a place for gossip, so she could hear all kinds of news every day. Especially Hu Xiaoheng, who was a single high-ranking general at such a young age and was extremely good-looking, he was the topic of everyone's conversation every day. Under such circumstances, although Tan Guiren had a hard time holding it in, she had been holding it in. It wasn't until now that she heard that Hu Xiaoheng was injured that she felt the emotions she had painstakingly suppressed for the past 2 weeks burst out like a spring tide. "Cousin, since Major General Hu is injured, why isn't he recuperating? His personal secretary isn't with him, so who's going to take care of him?" Tan Guiren had been holding it in but finally asked. Kai Xingnan had been waiting for her to ask this question. She laughed dryly. Who else could it be? Of course it's the almighty Gu Nianji. She's currently following Major General Hu as a nurse. "Cousin, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you've lost to Gu Nianji in terms of shamelessness. Miss Kai, please be careful with your words." Bai Yueran frowned. She was very unhappy to hear Kai Xingnan talk about Gu Nianji like that. In her mind, Gu Nianji was part of the Special Operations Forces. She was a little girl who had grown up in the Special Operations Forces, so she couldn't tolerate others talking about her like that. Moreover, Bai Yueran knew a thing or two about Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng. It wasn't like what Kai Xingnan had said at all. Kai Xingnan wanted to incite Tan Guiren's common hatred for the enemy, so she said without mercy, "Am I wrong? That Gu Nianji clearly broke up with Major General Hu, but she shamelessly followed Major General Hu as a nurse. Actually, Major General Hu's injury isn't serious, and Gu Nianji doesn't have a nurse license. Why would she do that? Isn't it obvious to everyone what she's up to? All in all, this woman is too utilitarian. She's so scheming. Cousin, you're so innocent. You're no match for her at all." Kai Xingnan placed a cup of milk tea in front of Tan Guiren and concluded. "Shut up." Bai Yueran couldn't take it anymore. She stood up with both hands in her trouser pockets and said with a sullen expression, "Miss Kai is indeed an internationally renowned lawyer. You're really good at stirring up trouble." This was the first time. Chapter 972. Kai Xingnan was stunned. Director by, "I'm just telling the truth." Tan Guiran quickly tried to smooth things over. Director by, "Don't be angry. My cousin is straightforward and doesn't have any bad intentions. She has lived abroad for many years and is used to speaking frankly. Miss Tan, this is the worst time Outspoken has ever been slandered. If she said that about Gu Nianji and Miss Tan thought that she was just being outspoken, then I would either doubt Miss Tan's intelligence or her character. Pick one. Goodbye." Bai Yueran didn't want to stay here any longer because she didn't see eye to eye with him. Moreover, Bai Yueran didn't like the Tan family to begin with because her father, Bai Jianqing, had lost the election. He was only here to pay a New Year's visit out of courtesy. She found her father, Bai Jianqing, and whispered, "Dad, are we going back?" Bai Jianqing and Tan Dongbang actually didn't have much to talk about. The two of them had different ideologies to begin with, and they almost fell out during the election. However, Tan Dongbang needed Bai Jianqing's control over the cabinet to help him get through the early stages of transition. Bai Jianqing also needed to consolidate his connections in the cabinet before he stepped down. Only then did the two of them work together. Today was the first day of the new year. Coming to the Prime Minister's residence to pay a New Year visit was just the norm for cabinet officials. It was just like a job that had to be completed. Bai Jianqing thought that someone had offended her when he saw Bai Yueran's unhappy expression. He hurriedly said without batting an eyelid, "You can leave first. I'll sit here for a while. Don't show it on your face. How old are you? Why are you still acting like a child?" Bai Yueran quickly put on a standard professional smile. "Yes, father." She walked over and said goodbye to Kai Songyin with a smile. "Mrs. Kai, thank you for the cantaloupe today. It was especially delicious. Miss Tan has a gentle personality and gets along well with everyone in the song and dance troupe. You have a lot of people here, so I won't bother you anymore. I still have a few places to visit for the new year, so I'll take my leave first." Kai Songyin pulled her back with a smile on her face. "Director Bai, don't you want to sit for a while longer? We haven't had lunch yet." "No, I also have a lot of things to do over there. I'm busy. My father is still here. Please bear with him and don't let him drink too much. Once he drinks, he goes crazy." Bai Yueran shook hands with Kai Songyin and turned to leave. After leaving the Prime Minister's residence, Bai Yueran drove her own car and circled around the city. In the end, she still went to find Bai Shuang. Yesterday was New Year's Eve, New Year's Eve. The Bai family gathered together and had a lively New Year's Eve dinner. The Bai family had a large population in the Huaxia Empire. Other than Bai Jianqing's 3 brothers and 1 sister who were direct descendants, there were also many collateral relatives and cousins. Through intertwining marriages, they were distributed in various political and business departments and industries, and they were all leading figures. Every new year, the Bai family's courtyard house located at the foot of the imperial city on the Second Ring Road would be decorated with lanterns and colored banners. It was very lively and had a festive atmosphere. After observing the new year, everyone left. Even the Bai family, whose families and businesses were not in the capital, had their own residences in the capital, so they didn't need to squeeze with the Bai family. Bai Shuang was the only daughter of the second branch of the Bai family. The second son of the Bai family, Bai Yuxing, had been secretly executed for defecting to the United States. Bai Shuang stayed abroad for a while and then came back. Bai Jianqing was worried that it wasn't easy for her to live alone, so he took the initiative to ask her to live with them so it would be easier to take care of her. Bai Shuang had always been on good terms with her uncle and cousin Bai Yueran, so she agreed and didn't return home. However, because she discovered Zhao Liangze and Bai Yueran's relationship a while ago, she no longer wanted to live in the Bai family's courtyard house. She didn't lack houses in the country or abroad. She had a high-end apartment in the Third Ring Road, a detached villa in the suburbs, and vacation homes in the Huaxia Empire and various scenic cities abroad. She could choose any one of them and stay for a long time. Bai Shuang had originally planned to pack her luggage tomorrow and go abroad to relax. On the first day of the new year, everyone else was busy visiting relatives, but she was the only one who had nothing to do and stayed in her small apartment in a daze. Holding a cup of coffee, she sat in a rocking chair on the glass balcony and silently stared at the horizon in the distance. A book was spread out on her knees, but she didn't read a word. Not long after, the phone's ringtone broke the silence. Bai Shuang didn't want to pick up the phone at first, but it kept ringing, and she didn't want to give up. She couldn't help but be a little curious. Who would be so persistent in looking for her, a person whose life had already hit rock bottom? She took the phone and looked at it. Her heart skipped a beat. It was actually Zhao Liang's number. She hesitated for a solid minute before finally hanging up. Since he had already chosen to be with her cousin, he shouldn't look for her again. Even if they were just normal friends, Bai Shuang couldn't bring herself to be normal friends with the person she had a crush on, so she chose not to contact him at all. The other party didn't seem to believe her and took the initiative to hang up. He called a few more times, but Bai Shuang hung up every time. In the end, Zhao Liangze seemed to understand that Bai Shuang really didn't want to pick up his call, so he could only send a text message. Little Zay, Shuang, Happy New Year. Why didn't you pick up my call? I just wanted to greet you. Bai Shuang was furious when she saw it. Greet my ass. She wasn't the kind of person who would still be friends after breaking up, not to mention that she didn't even have the right to break up with him. Bai Shuang didn't say anything else and blocked Zhao Liang's number. There were no more phone ringtones or text messages. Her world was finally quiet. Finishing the coffee in her hand, Bai Shuang got up and planned to go to the kitchen to make some small wontons for herself. At that moment, her phone rang again. Bai Shuang thought it was still Zhao Liangze and couldn't help but be surprised. How could this person be so amazing? He could still call after being blocked. However, when she took the phone, it wasn't Zhao Liangze, but Bai Yueran. She could ignore Zhao Liangze and block him, but she couldn't do that to Bai Yueran. No matter what, she was still her cousin. Bai Shuang felt uncomfortable, but she still wanted to see Bai Yueran one last time. She wanted to clarify things before going abroad. Anyway, she didn't want to see these two people again before she felt better. Although she didn't hate them, she just didn't want to see them. Seeing them made her heart ache. Bai Shuang swiped her phone to answer the call. Sister, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Bai Yueran's voice sounded a little depressed from the phone. It was the new year, and she just had a boyfriend. Why was she depressed? Bai Shuang thought it was strange but didn't ask. She only continued to ask about her uncle, Bai Jianqing. Is uncle doing well? It's the first day of the Lunar New Year, and I texted uncle to wish him a Happy New Year. Uncle must be very busy today, so I won't disturb him. She was worried that Bai Yueran had come to ask her to spend the new year with the eldest branch of the Bai family, so she stopped her from talking in advance. Bai Yueran smiled and drove to the underground parking lot of Bai Shuang's apartment. I'm free today, so I came to see you. Are you willing to take me in? Sister, what are you saying? Of course I welcome you. But you didn't go out to give New Year's greetings today. Bai Shuang switched her hand to the phone and immediately went to the fridge to see if there was anything to eat. She could make do by herself, but it was embarrassing if Bai Yueran was around. Bai Yueran got out of the car and got into the elevator. She continued to call her. I went. I just came out of the Prime Minister's official residence. Those people are so boring. I really don't get along with the Tans. Bai Shuang knew that her uncle had lost to Tan Dongbang in the Prime Minister election, and she also felt that it was a pity. Whether in terms of ability or experience, her uncle, Bai Jianqing, was 10 streets ahead of Tan Dongbang, who had only been in the cabinet for 2 years. Unfortunately, the Bai family's influence in the media wasn't as strong as the Kai's, so they had been caught off guard during the election. The current situation was really, whoever wins the media wins the world. The Bai family was in the traditional political and business industries, and their business was in the traditional manufacturing industry. The Bai family's influence was greatly lagging behind in the emerging internet and the new media that was derived from the internet. The Kais had quietly occupied half the sky in the new media industry. They were also the leaders of the traditional media industry. The state-owned television stations and the publicity department were all led by the Kais. Bai Shuang had originally served in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and was the youngest spokesperson there. The Bai family had originally wanted to use her qualifications in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to enter the media industry after she retired from the ministry and fight for a place for the Bai family. In the end, her father, Bai Yuxing, couldn't think straight and made a huge mistake. Not only did he ruin himself, but he also ruined Bai Shuang's future. She could only resign from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and become unemployed. When Bai Yueran came in, Bai Shuang finally gathered her thoughts and asked with a smile, "What would you like to drink?" "I don't have anything to eat here. We'll eat out later." Bai Yueran raised her eyebrows. "You dare to live alone without food? Do you want to become an immortal?" Bai Shuang smiled and opened the fridge. She took out a box of iced coffee for Bai Yueran and placed it in front of her. "I remember that you like this vanilla-flavored iced coffee." Although it was winter, the central air conditioning in the house had a constant temperature of 25 degrees, so it was still very comfortable to drink iced coffee. Bai Yueran took it and opened the lid to take a sip. She sighed and said, "This New Year's has been really boring. I'm looking forward to going back to work." "How is it boring?" Bai Shuang sat across from her and looked at her openly. "Aren't you together with little Zay? Why don't you go on a date with him?" It was the second watch. "Good night, sweethearts." Chapter 973. Bai Yueran's hand trembled, and she looked up at Bai Shuang in surprise. For a moment, she was at a loss and murmured, You knew." Bai Shuang nodded and looked down at the double-ear milk coffee cup in her hand. She said indifferently, "I saw you two kissing in the parking lot." Bai Yueran closed her eyes, feeling extremely awkward. She wanted to wait until after the new year to clarify things with Bai Shuang so that Bai Shuang could have a good new year. She didn't expect Bai Shuang to find out so early. So this was the reason why Bai Shuang had been depressed recently, right? And she insisted on moving out of their house. Bai Yueran sighed and nodded heavily. "Yes, we're together." Bai Shuang's heart sank. Although she already knew the answer, she was still extremely disappointed. She was mentally prepared, but hearing it from her own ears was still a bit unbearable. She held the coffee cup tightly and calmed herself down after a while. "If that's the case, why did you encourage me to pursue little Zay?" She frowned and looked at Bai Yueran. "If you like him and he likes you, what do you mean by doing this?" Bai Yueran had always done things in a straightforward manner, but in terms of feelings, she really wasn't straightforward enough this time. But who could say for sure when it came to feelings? Who could immediately recognize one's true feelings? Bai Yueran took a deep breath and pursed her lips. She gathered her courage and said, "I won't hide it from you. In the beginning, I did think that little Zay didn't quite match my expectations for my other half. I thought I admired him, but not to the extent of falling in love with him." Bai Shuang raised her eyebrows. And then when I found out that you liked little Zay so much, I felt that I should still let you try. Bai Yueran raised her hand. I swear, at that time, I definitely didn't take the initiative toward little Zay, nor did I give him any hints. Bai Shuang looked at Bai Yueran quietly. Although she tried her best to hold it in, her eyes still reddened. She looked up at the small LED lights embedded in the living room ceiling like stars and choked out. Can I believe you? Sis, since young, you've always been the person I admire the most. You've always been the other people's daughter, in my parents' words. You're my role model and the goal I've been chasing after. I'm sorry. Bai Yueran also felt bad. She sat next to Bai Shuang and hugged her. Shuang, I never thought of stealing your boyfriend, but little Zay doesn't love you. I was moved by him and fell in love with him. If you want to blame someone, blame me for going back on my word. Bai Shuang's body had been stiff the entire time, and she refused to approach Bai Yueran. She turned her head and straightened her neck. Tears streamed down her face, and she wept silently and sorrowfully. Bai Yueran was very understanding of Bai Shuang's feelings. She was also very upset. She owed this younger sister a lot. Her uncle, Bai Yuxing, who was also Bai Shuang's father, had defected and fled the country. Bai Yueran had never regretted reporting him. Although Bai Yuxing was Bai Yueran's relative, everyone had the right to punish him for his treason. But because of her actions, Bai Shuang lost her father. Now, because of her, Bai Shuang didn't even have a crush on her. It could be said that the double blow of kinship and love came from her. Bai Yueran felt even more guilty. How can you do this? I've liked him for a long time. I know he also has feelings for me. If you want to reject him, be more resolute. Sister, I'm so upset. I'm so sad. Why did you still come to see me? I really don't want to see you again. Bai Shuang held it in for a long time, and finally burst into tears under Bai Yueran's embrace. It seemed that she wanted to vent all her pain and unwillingness through her tears. Bai Yueran hugged Bai Shuang silently, letting her beat her, reject her, and even scold her. After Bai Shuang vented her anger to her heart's content, she finally felt a little better. She looked at Bai Yueran and saw that her expensive white turtleneck cashmere sweater was a mess from her tears and snot. I'll get you some clothes to change into. Bai Shuang stood up from the sofa and slipped into the bedroom. Bai Yueran looked at herself with a bitter smile, knowing that this cashmere sweater was useless. She sat in the living room for a while, and Bai Shuang came out with a lake green cashmere cardigan. Sister, you can wear this. It's your size, it's a little big for me. Bai Yueran looked up at Bai Shuang and realized that she had lost a lot of weight recently. Shuang. Bai Yueran took the cashmere sweater from her. In the future, you will meet better people, people who will truly love you wholeheartedly. Bai Shuang pulled a long face and curled her lips disdainfully. Save your chicken soup for the soul, I don't buy it. Bai Shuang rubbed her eyes that were red and swollen from crying. She sat down on the sofa and said lightly, I'm going to travel abroad tomorrow. Bai Yueran was startled and sat down opposite her with the cashmere sweater. Tomorrow? Why are you going out again? If I don't go abroad, am I supposed to stay here and watch the two of you show off your love every day? I'm afraid I won't be able to resist chopping you up with a knife. Bai Shuang turned her head away in a fit of pique, but the anger in her heart still lingered. Bai Yueran smiled bitterly and shook her head. You don't have to. Little Zay isn't in the country, so how can we show our love to you? Bai Shuang was stunned. He's not in the country. I was wondering why you guys didn't take the opportunity to go on a date during the new year. You even had the time to come here and chat. He's on a mission anyway. Bai Yueran lay back on the sofa and rubbed her temples. Don't ask me where he went. I won't tell you even if I know. I won't ask. Bai Shuang cleaned up the coffee cups on the coffee table and remembered Zhao Liang's call to her just now. She asked casually, then you can chat on the phone, text, or chat. What's there to worry about between lovers? Bai Yueran just shook her head. She also didn't know why little Zhe had been sent to a small island where birds didn't even lay eggs. It was questionable whether there was even electricity, so how could he have had the opportunity to chat on the phone, text, or even chat online with her? However, she couldn't tell Bai Shuang about this, so she could only change the subject in the end. After I said goodbye to little Zhe in the parking lot that day, I never saw him again, and I couldn't get through to him on the phone. I asked Big Xiong and found out that he had gone abroad. Goodbye kiss. That was a goodbye kiss. Bai Shuang's tone still had a hint of resentment and jealousy. Bai Yueran was also very embarrassed, so she could only change the subject again. You're going abroad tomorrow. Have you bought the plane ticket? Where are you going? Bai Shuang pointed to the suitcase in the room. I'm going to Florida in the United States for a while, then I'm going to South America to see the Mayan ruins. I've always wanted to go there, but I haven't been since I lived in Central America for so long. It's quite a pity. This time, I want to go to all the places I've ever wanted to go. Okay, remember to send me postcards, and every time you arrive, send me a WeChat message to let me know you're safe, okay? Bai Yueran didn't stop her anymore. She knew that Bai Shuang didn't have the heart to work right now, so going abroad to relax was a good choice. She didn't lack money anyway. Okay. Bai Shuang nodded sullenly. Her parents were now dead and she was traveling overseas alone, so she really had to keep in touch with Bai Yueran. Of course, it was impossible to chat without any ill feelings like before. At least Bai Shuang hadn't completely forgiven Bai Yueran. Bai Yueran also knew that Bai Shuang still had a knot in her heart, so it was impossible to let go of the past immediately. She could only let time dilute all the pain. Bai Yueran sat for a while and helped Bai Shuang pack her things for the trip abroad before leaving. Not long after she left, Bai Shuang heard her phone ring again. She carried the suitcase in one hand and swiped the phone with the other. As soon as she answered the call, she realized that it was actually Zhao Liang's voice. He actually changed his number and called again. Bai Shuang was furious. She simply raised the phone to her ear and said angrily, Zhao Liangzi. Don't go too far. I've already blocked you. Block me, do you understand? Zhao Liangzi's clear voice came from the phone. Shuang, why did you block me? Can't I even say Happy New Year to you? No. Bai Shuang objected without hesitation. Zhao Liangzi, don't even think about having a foot in both boats and trying to benefit from both of us. I'm not that despicable. Zhao Liangzi was also angry. Bai Shuang. I'm calling to greet you and say sorry to you. What's with your attitude? Do you know how hard it is for me to make a phone call? Don't just quarrel with me. This was the first update. The second update at 7 p.m. was a big one, including an increase of 3,000 monthly tickets. P.S. Thank you to Lavender Mimi for the 10,000 Qidin coins yesterday. Chapter 974. What? You want me to swallow my pride and wish you a happy marriage and have a son soon? I'm telling you, I can't do that. Bai Shuang tilted her head and clamped the phone between her ear and shoulder. She continued to quarrel with Zhao Liangzi as she tidied up the closet. Since you don't like me and only like my cousin, it's okay. You can like anyone. You have your freedom. I have no problem with that. We were just ordinary friends before anyway. But please don't call me again. Don't text me, and don't contact me in any way. Zhao Liangze was stunned. Why? I thought we were still friends. No, from the moment you chose Bai Yuan, we were no longer friends. We weren't even ordinary friends. Bai Shuang's refusal was loud and decisive. Zhao Liangze didn't expect Bai Shuang to be so determined. Her eyes used to follow him. When she saw him, her eyes would shine, and her whole person would become brilliant. When he saw her like this, his mood would also become very good. This was probably why he was still willing to be friends with her even though he felt that he didn't love Bai Shuang. But when he thought about how her smile was no longer brilliant and her eyes no longer sparkled because of his actions, Zhao Liangze felt indescribable heartache and sadness. He had finally found the person he loved, so he should be happy and even ecstatic. But Zhao Liangze knew that ever since the day he kissed Bai Yuan and was caught by Bai Shuang, his mind was filled with Bai Shuang's crying eyes. Fortunately, Hua Xiaoheng had sent him to this small, uninhabited island. Half a month of hard work had left him with no time to think about personal issues. Almost 20 hours of high-intensity work a day had polished the fair and handsome Zhao Liangze into a bronze-skinned, fit man. He was still very handsome, but he was no longer as scholarly as he used to be. Now he truly looked like a soldier. He rushed and finally set up the first signal tower and cell phone base station on the first day of the new year, successfully establishing a connection with the Nandi satellite navigation and communication system. However, the power generation device on the island hadn't been set up yet. They used a temporary diesel generator. Apart from supplying the signal station and cell phone base station, as well as work computers, there was almost no power left. This time, it was the day before the Spring Festival. The Marine sent them a lot of supplies, so they had the opportunity to use the power provided by the diesel generator to contact their families in China. Because everyone's allocated time was limited, everyone only called the people they cared about the most. Married people call their wives and children. Unmarried people call their parents and lovers. Zhao Liangze's first reaction was to call Bai Shuang. Unexpectedly, not only did Bai Shuang not pick up his call, but she also blocked his number. If it weren't for his discipline, Zhao Liangze would have hacked into Bai Shuang's phone and pulled his number from the blacklist. Unfortunately, he did not dare to do so. Later, he borrowed someone else's phone to make a call, and Bai Shuang accidentally picked up the call. But how was this talking? It was clearly a quarrel. Zhao Liangze held his stopwatch and tried to reason with Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang, I've already apologized. Do you have to be so cruel? Bai Shuang felt that Zhao Liangze was being unreasonable. She had already embarrassed herself enough. Did he want her to continue embarrassing herself? Zhao Liangze, fine, I accept your apology, okay. Now let's go our separate ways. The road leads to the sky, and we each go our separate ways. We don't want to see each other again in this life. I beg you, let me go. Believe me, without me as a friend, you won't lose anything in your life. Bai Shuang was also very annoyed. She randomly pulled out a few clothes from the closet, threw them into the suitcase, and locked it with a bang. Zhao Liangze heard something wrong with Bai Shuang's voice and couldn't help asking, Bai Shuang, what are you doing? Packing my luggage. I'm going abroad tomorrow. Don't call me again. I won't use this number again. Bai Shuang pressed the speaker button and threw the phone on the bedside table. Going abroad? Where are you going? Zhao Liangze didn't know why he was so nervous. My number won't change. If you encounter any difficulties outside, you can call me. Call you? I don't even know where you are. Do you think I have nothing better to do? If it's an emergency, wouldn't it delay me? Bai Shuang rejected Zhao Liangze without hesitation. Zhao Liangze hesitated for a while and remembered Hua Xiaoheng's instructions. He summoned his courage and said to Bai Shuang, do you know that when I saw you leave crying that day, I was very sad. I drank a lot, and then accidentally said a few words to make Huashao unhappy. I was sent to this place where even birds don't lay eggs. I don't have electricity or water here. Everything has to be resupplied. I really don't have much time to argue with you. Bai Shuang was stunned. She looked at the phone and asked suspiciously, what did you say? You were sent to a deserted place because you talked back to Huashao. No way. Huashao isn't that kind of person. Zhao Liangzi couldn't describe how he felt when he heard Bai Shuang almost unconditionally trust Huashaoheng. He only felt a little sour and muttered. That's the truth. You can ask Big Xiong if you don't believe me. But forget it, I'm not saying this to make you sympathize with me. I just want to make it clear that I really didn't mean to make you sad. I'm sorry. Although Bai Shuang didn't know exactly what Zhao Liangzi was doing, she knew the nature of the Special Operations Forces. Since Zhao Liangzi had angered Huashaoheng, it was obvious where he would be sent to. It could be any remote and desolate place. Bai Shuang bit her lip and stood up to pick up the phone. She said to Zhao Liangzi, okay, I got it. You don't have to feel guilty. Work hard and don't waste your precious time on me. Call your parents or my cousin. It's better than calling me. Zhao Liangzi was startled and thought to himself that he should have called them first. Why did he call Bai Shuang instead? Not only did he call her, but he also persisted. Zhao Liangzi was also frightened by his own thoughts. His breathing was a little rapid and he couldn't speak for a moment. Bai Shuang waited for a while. Seeing that Zhao Liangzi didn't speak, she nodded. Okay, I'll hang up. Zhao Liangzi quickly said, Happy New Year. Bai Shuang hesitated. You too. Zhao Liangzi said, you have to be more careful when you're abroad alone. There are many perverted foreigners. The corners of Bai Shuang's mouth twitched. I'm not a little girl who doesn't leave the house, but thank you for the reminder. After a pause, Bai Shuang hurriedly said. You take care too. Be careful. She quickly hung up the phone. She clutched her chest and found that her heart was beating very hard. No, she couldn't go on like this. Bai Shuang pulled out the SIM card and found a pair of high heels. She smashed the SIM card with the sharp soles of her shoes. Zhao Liangzi stared blankly at his phone. It was just a simple, perfunctory, polite sentence, but his mood suddenly improved. It was like the dark clouds in the sky had suddenly dispersed and the sun was shining. Spring had returned. He felt full of energy. Even the silver-gray plastic bucket used to catch rainwater looked so pleasing to the eye. It was noon at General G's house on the first day of the new year. It was time for lunch. As usual, General G hosted everyone for a meal. There were 2 long tables in the spacious dining room. The big shots sat at one table with their wives or children, while their subordinates and attendants sat at another table. They were all divided up. Gu Nianji originally wanted to sit at the other table with her subordinates. However, Huashaoheng walked over and pulled her over. Nianji, General Ji wants to talk to you. Gu Nianji had no choice but to follow him over and sit next to him. On Gu Nianji's other side was General Ji. On General Ji's other side was his wife. On Huashaoheng's other side was Speaker Long. Speaker Long didn't bring his wife or children to General Ji's house for New Year's greetings. He came alone and only brought Special Assistant Yang as an attendant. Therefore, the tables on both sides were clearly divided. The other attendants didn't have any objections to Gu Nianji sitting at the host's table and eating at the same table as the leaders. After all, everyone served their own masters and didn't care about the small differences in seating. Moreover, General G's house was a family banquet, not a state banquet. General G said he wanted to talk to Gu Nianji, so it was only right for him to give her preferential treatment and call her over for a meal. He held back his indignation. Only Special Assistant Yang didn't feel good. Although he sat at the attendant's table, his eyes never left the host's table. General Ji smiled and chatted with Gu Nianji for a while before getting to the main topic. Nianji, I heard you graduated early. Yes. Gu Nianji tilted her head with a smile. I just graduated. The graduation ceremony won't be held until July. Oh, then have you considered where to work after graduation? General Ji looked at Gu Nianji very warmly and pointed to the 4 dishes on her plate. Try my chef's signature dishes. The upper left corner is Shao Tian pastry, which is actually stir-fried shredded deer meat and chicken shredded. The upper right corner is roasted prawn, which is actually grilled prawn. The lower left corner is fresh sprouts, and the lower right corner is dessert. I specially asked the chef to make this cheese with cherries. I heard they're all ancient dishes. I hope you like them. Gu Nianji quickly glanced at everyone. Everyone had a 4-compartment lunchbox in front of them, and there was a small round lunchbox in the middle with dipping sauces. The 4 dishes in front of everyone were different, probably made according to everyone's preferences. It was obvious that everyone was very happy and satisfied as they ate. Of course, it could also be an act. In any case, the big shot's acting skills were already superb. Gu Nianji felt like she was an ordinary person, so she wasn't as scheming as these big shots, and her acting skills weren't as good as theirs. She looked away and nodded to General Ji with a smile. Thank you, General Ji. I like these dishes very much. She took a bite of roasted prawn and swallowed before saying to General Ji, I haven't considered where to work for now. I'll think about it after the Lunar New Year. She was currently considered an official employee of the largest law firm in the United States, but she didn't plan to work in the United States, so she would probably have to quit this job. Or if the largest law firm in the United States opened a branch in the Huaxia Empire, she would consider staying there. You haven't decided yet. That's good, that's good. General Ji happily slapped the table. Come, my office just happens to be lacking a legal consultant. If you're willing, I'll ask Secretary Chow. Old Ji, what are you talking about? You can't poach my people anymore. Speaker Long had been patiently listening on the side, planning to wait for General Ji to finish speaking before he spoke. He didn't expect General Ji to bring it up before he could even speak. Speaker Long anxiously pushed Hua Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng, move aside. I have something to say to Nianji. 2 of the 3 highest-ranking people in the empire both favored Gu Nianji, so of course Hua Xiaoheng was happy. However, he didn't show it at all. He politely stood up and gave up his seat. Speaker Long, please. Speaker Long unceremoniously sat in Hua Xiaoheng's previous seat and surrounded Gu Nianji with General Ji on both sides. Hua Xiaoheng was tall and stalwart. As soon as he stood up, he was a particularly obvious target. The attendants immediately noticed the commotion here. One of the military's attendants quietly nudged Special Assistant Yang and said with a smile, Look, your Speaker Long really thinks highly of Miss Gu. Special Assistant Yang squinted his eyes and smiled. Our speaker is very fond of talents and likes to cast a wide net. Not only Miss Gu, but also Miss Kai. She is also an important candidate for our speaker's consideration. Understood. Come, let's drink. The attendant laughed and toasted with Special Assistant Yang. Speaker Long had already spoken to Gu Nianji directly. Nianji, to be honest, you are a professional in law. It's a waste of your talent to go to the military. There is no position for a lawyer there. Look at Director Bai. He is also a smart and capable person, but now he has to deal with paperwork every day. He can't show off his talents in court at all. You are so suitable for court arguments. You should really consider our Senate. General G was so angry that he wanted to roll up his sleeves and fight. Old Long. That's enough. What's wrong with our military legal department? It's not like we can't go to court. Nianji, let me tell you, it's fine if you like to go to court. Our military is lacking a talent like you. Let me tell you, we don't know how many cases we need to fight, and they are all cases in the International Court of Justice. Unfortunately, we don't have enough manpower, so it's been delayed for several years. I'm so anxious. Gu Nianji suddenly became interested when she heard that they were going to the International Court of Justice. Really? I don't think I've heard about these cases in the media. Why would these be reported in the media? They have to be kept secret. General Ji saw that Gu Nianji's interest had been piqued. He smiled widely and looked like a kind grandfather. Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips and silently ate a mouthful of roasted beef loin. Speaker Long became even more anxious. He even grabbed Gu Nianji's arm and said earnestly, "Nianji, we study law, so we have to plan for our careers in the long term. Of course, lawsuits are important, but what's more important is whether every lawsuit we fight will be helpful to our career development in the future." That makes sense. Gu Nianji nodded and picked up the juice in front of her to take a sip. It was her favorite coconut juice. Hua Xiaoheng must have poured it for her. Gu Nianji glanced at Hua Xiaoheng and saw that he was drinking liquor with a high alcohol content. The combination of liquor and roasted beef loin was quite special. Gu Nianji looked away and listened to Speaker Long's words with delight. Nianji, you think it makes sense too, right? So those lawsuits in the International Court of Justice won't help much in your career planning. You can come to the Senate Secretariat as the chief legal advisor. In 3 years, I promise you can be elected as a member of the Senate. With your aptitude, you will be my successor in the future. Speaker Long finished speaking and smiled proudly at General Ji, as if saying, "You're the only one with a successor." "I have it too," with a smug look. General Ji smiled and raised a pair of white eyebrows. He drawled, "Old Long, aren't you going too far? Aren't you embarrassed to paint such a big picture for a young girl who just graduated from school?" "Why should I be embarrassed? Every word I say is from the bottom of my heart." Speaker Long waved his arms. His chubby face was flushed, making him look even more youthful and vigorous. "Nianji, don't listen to him. Old Long came from a political career and is good at going back on his word. I'm different. I'm a soldier, and you grew up with soldiers. Of course, you know that although we don't talk much, we mean what we say. We never exaggerate, and we always do what we say." General Ji continued to undermine Speaker Long's authority, which made Speaker Long furious. "Old Ji, you just want to go against me, right? I'm not going against you, but I'm a talented person. Everyone loves her. So what? You're allowed to paint a picture, but I'm not allowed to recruit her. What right do you have to say that I'm painting a picture, and you're recruiting her?" Pfft. Speaker Long was really angry. "I can make a military pledge. As long as Nianji goes to the Senate Secretariat, I will protect her all the way and will definitely train her as a successor." Speaker Long's voice was so loud that everyone in the room heard it. Everyone joined in and expressed that they were willing to be witnesses. These people were all famous military leaders. If they volunteered to be witnesses, it would be no different from Speaker Long making a military pledge. General Ji suppressed the joy in his heart and gave Hua Xiaoheng a look that said, "You know me." Hua Xiaoheng was calm, and his expression didn't change at all. Only Special Assistant Yang's expression changed. He understood that the thing he feared the most had finally come. This was the second chapter, which was 4,800 words long and included 3,000 monthly votes. Chapter 975. Don't be nervous, don't lose your composure, Special Assistant Yang kept mentally preparing himself. After all, he was someone who had worked in the Senate for more than a decade. Step by step, he went from a fledgling assistant secretary to the current special assistant. He had climbed to where he was today completely by himself, and no one could take anything away from him. Special Assistant Yang finally calmed down. He pushed his gold-rimmed glasses up the bridge of his nose and smiled slightly. He clinked glasses with the person next to him. See? This is our Speaker Long's charm. After lunch, everyone left in twos and threes and rushed to the next place to visit. General Ji took the opportunity to call Hu Xiaoheng to his study. Xiaoheng, has Nianji decided where to work yet? General Ji asked quietly. Will she be willing to go to the Senate? General Ji was truly worried sick about Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji. Because of Gu Nianji's identity, even if she joined the military, her future in the military would be very limited. Moreover, even if she didn't join the military, General Ji knew that with Hu Xiaoheng around, Gu Nianji would definitely do her part as long as the military needed her. Therefore, he had no intention of forcing Gu Nianji to work in the military. From the beginning to the end, the target he had chosen for Gu Nianji was the Senate. This was also for Hu Xiaoheng's sake. The senior members of the Senate were elected, so there was no conflict with the cabinet or the military. However, the cabinet was not a good place for Gu Nianji. Because of Gu Yanran, Gu Nianji had probably already offended Prime Minister Tan. Prime Minister Tan still had at least 5 years left in office. After 5 years, if he successfully ran for re-election, that would be 10 years. How many decades of a person's career could be wasted? Therefore, Gu Nianji would definitely not enter the cabinet. Then she only had 2 ways out. One was to continue working in a professional law firm and become her own lawyer. The other was to enter the Senate and advance to the senior members. However, to enter the senior members of the Senate, in addition to having the ability to run for office, she also needed a strong person like Speaker Long to protect her. General Ji had initially asked Secretary Chao to publicly express his interest in recruiting Gu Nianji in order to attract Speaker Long's attention to Gu Nianji's talents and abilities. Then, he would pretend to compete with Speaker Long to further increase Gu Nianji's value. Hu Xiaoheng was well aware of General Ji's little scheme. Although he didn't interfere either. General Ji, I respect Nianji's opinion on this matter. You know, young as she is, she has always had her own ideas. If she wants to do something, I can't stop her. I can't force her to do something she doesn't want to do. Is that so? General Ji looked at him with a smile and clasped his hands behind his back. Xiaoheng, this isn't like you. You're already husband and wife. Doesn't she listen to you on everything? Hu Xiaoheng chuckled. General Ji, please don't make fun of me. Marriage is an expedient plan, you must keep it a secret for me. I know. General Ji rubbed the back of his head. I'll be waiting for the day of your wedding. I'll definitely give you a huge red packet then. Hu Xiaoheng nodded. I'll definitely ask General Ji to be our witness when the time comes. The two of them talked about work arrangements before letting Hu Xiaoheng out. Speaker Long took advantage of Hu Xiaoheng's absence to lobby Gu Nianji again. Nianji, think about it carefully. Really, I'm very sincere in inviting you. The position of Chief Legal Counsel of the Senate Secretariat is currently vacant. As long as you agree, I'll definitely do my best to train you. Speaker Long was completely sincere with Gu Nianji and was wholeheartedly trying to recruit her. Gu Nianji knew that Speaker Long's words were mixed with lies, but politicians were all like this. As a lawyer, she sometimes spoke half-truths to her clients, so she didn't care. She just couldn't make up her mind. Just as Speaker Long said, her career choice was closely related to her career plan. This would determine what kind of person she would be for the next 5 or 10 years, what kind of person she would become, and what kind of status she would have. And in her selfish heart, she wanted to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Hu Xiaoheng as soon as possible. With her background, if she wanted to achieve a similar position as Hu Xiaoheng in the Huaxia Empire, she could only achieve her goal by entering the military, the Senate, or the cabinet. She would definitely not be able to rise to the same position as Hu Xiaoheng in the military, even if it was a few ranks lower. Because of Hu Xiaoheng, she would always be in a state of balance. Although she was willing to help the military, as a career plan, joining the military and entering General Ji's office wasn't a very good way out. As for the cabinet, there was no need to even mention it. Tan Dongbang still had to be the prime minister for 5 years. Even if she could enter the cabinet, she would be sitting on the bench for at least 5 years. So the cabinet was definitely out. Then the only option was the Senate. The Senate wasn't like the cabinet or the military. In the Senate, family background wasn't very important, and the background check wasn't as strict as the other two systems. As long as one had the ability, this was the best place for young people to excel. Gu Nianji was somewhat biased towards Speaker Long's Senate. However, she wouldn't agree right away. Gu Nianji still wanted to ask for He Zhichu's opinion when he returned from the new year. Therefore, Gu Nianji very sincerely said to Speaker Long, "Speaker Long, thank you for your favor and support. I will definitely consider it carefully. Okay, don't think about it for too long. Our Senate Secretariat will start the recruitment process after the new year. If you have decided, give me a call, and I will fill out the recommendation form for you." Speaker Long was indeed very considerate. Gu Nianji quickly thanked him and watched Speaker Long get into the car. Special Assistant Yang got into the car behind Speaker Long. Before getting into the car, he politely nodded to Gu Nianji and said, "Miss Gu, that's great. We might be colleagues." Gu Nianji curled her lips. "Yes, what an honor." Special Assistant Yang said seriously, "Miss Gu, you must work hard. Actually, between you and Miss Kai, I would prefer Miss Gu to get this position. I think that as colleagues, Miss Gu is easier to get along with than Miss Kai." "Miss Kai?" Gu Nianji blinked. "Which Miss Kai are you talking about?" "Miss Kai Xingnan." Special Assistant Yang smiled. Speaker Long also appreciates her and had already internally decided on her as the chief legal advisor of our secretariat. Now that Miss Gu has suddenly emerged, Miss Kai will have to work even harder. Oh. Internally decided. Gu Nianji wanted to back out. "Then I won't join in the fun, okay?" "It's okay, it wasn't internally decided. I mean, if Miss Gu wasn't there, Miss Kai would have been internally decided. Now that Miss Gu is obviously more capable than Miss Kai, of course Miss Kai won't be internally decided. You all have to participate in the assessment. Good luck. I have high hopes for you." Special Assistant Yang patted Gu Nianji's shoulder as he spoke before turning to get into the car. Speaker Long waved at Gu Nianji from the car. Gu Nianji smiled and waved back as she watched Speaker Long's car drive away. In the car, Speaker Long asked Special Assistant Yang with a smile, "You're quite familiar with Gu Nianji. You seem to be chatting happily." "It's all right. You asked me to sit in on her estate dispute lawsuit, so we're familiar with each other." Special Assistant Yang had always been very polite and generous in front of Speaker Long. He didn't compete or get jealous, so Speaker Long appreciated and trusted him very much. Originally, everyone thought that Special Assistant Yang would be Speaker Long's successor. Even Special Assistant Yang himself thought so. However, what Speaker Long said in front of so many big shots today made Special Assistant Yang realize that he had been overthinking things. Speaker Long's successor had never been considered for him. Speaker Long's car drove away, but Gu Nianji still stood at the entrance of General Ji's courtyard and looked thoughtfully at the road in the distance. Hu Xiaoheng came to stand beside her for a while. "Did you have a good chat with Speaker Long?" Gu Nianji looked up at him and smiled. "It was all right." Speaker Long was very enthusiastic. Speaker Long has been the Speaker of the Senate for more than 30 years. His words are very infectious. As Hu Xiaoheng spoke to her, he heard a call coming in through his Bluetooth headset. It was a call from his father, Hu Guanchen. Hu Xiaoheng thought that it was the first day of the Lunar New Year, so he still answered the call. This was because he noticed that Hu Guanchen, as a member of the Standing Committee of the Military Supreme Council, didn't come to General Ji's house for New Year's greetings. Logically speaking, Hu Guanchen should have come. He used to come every year, but he didn't know why he didn't come this year. This was the first time. Chapter 976. Happy New Year, General Hu. Hu Xiaoheng greeted Hu Guanchen politely. Hu Guanchen's voice sounded a little tired from the Bluetooth headset. "Xiaoheng, today is the first day of the new year. Are you going home?" Hu Xiaoheng actually didn't want to go back, but Hu Guanchen's words seemed to have other intentions. "Is grandfather okay?" Hu Xiaoheng asked casually. "Not so good. Yesterday, on New Year's Eve, because there was no one at home, he threw a tantrum. This morning, he found out that his mouth was crooked. The doctor from the military hospital just left. He said he had a small stroke." Hu Guanchen was very worried. The old man is getting on in years. He just wants to be lively during the new year. Come back and see your grandfather. Hu Xiaoheng nodded calmly. "I'll be right back. I still have 2 hours of free time. I'll go home and pay my New Year's greetings before going back to work." Hu Xiaoheng ended the call and turned to look at Gu Nianji. "I'm going back to the Hu family for New Year's greetings. Can you come with me?" Gu Nianji actually didn't want to go, but when she saw the faint hope in Hu Xiaoheng's eyes, the words of refusal lingered on the tip of her tongue and turned into okay. Hu Xiaoheng's eyes suddenly brightened, and a smile appeared on his lips. His handsome face was like a still black and white landscape painting that had suddenly come to life. In an instant, it was like the first light of spring, and it was too beautiful to behold. Gu Nianji looked away and followed Hu Xiaoheng to the car they had driven here. "I'll drive." Gu Nianji extended her hand to Hu Xiaoheng. "Give me the keys." Hu Xiaoheng had drunk alcohol today, and Gu Nianji didn't want to call the chauffeur at this time, so she decided to be the chauffeur herself. Hu Xiaoheng put his hands in his trouser pockets and looked at her quietly. His deep eyes seemed to speak and were full of inquiry. Gu Nianji smiled and said, "I'm your nurse today." Of course a nurse has to go all out. Hu Xiaoheng took out the car keys and placed them in Gu Nianji's hand. The two of them opened the doors on both sides and got into the car. Gu Nianji sat in the driver's seat while Hu Xiaoheng sat in the passenger seat. Those who originally thought that they were broken saw this scene and dispelled their doubts one after another. Everyone thought that the relationship between the two was still unusual, so they didn't really believe that the two had broken up. Moreover, everyone could see that although Hu Xiaoheng claimed to have injured his arm, he had no problems eating and drinking, let alone driving. But this time, Hu Xiaoheng actually asked Gu Nianji to be his chauffeur. This was enough to show that Hu Xiaoheng didn't value Gu Nianji that much. At most, it was a one-night stand. In any case, Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji were both single. Whether it was a romantic relationship or a hookup, there was no problem and no mistake. Of course, Gu Nianji couldn't be bothered to argue with these people. She had already seen through them. It didn't matter what others thought of her. What was important was whether she could stand up on her own. Gu Nianji really liked her career plan. It would allow her to quickly reach the pinnacle of her career, and then she could marry a tall, rich, and handsome man. The Huo family's compound was in the same military compound as General Ji's, but in the opposite direction. If he wanted to walk there, he could, but it would take more than 20 minutes. Therefore, Huo Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji still drove there. After driving for 7 or 8 minutes, they arrived at the Huo family's iron gate. Different from General Ji's antique courtyard, the Huo family's building was a small Western-style building with 2 large iron gates in front. Huo Xiaoheng pointed for Gu Nianji to park the car on a small road near the Huo residence. Then, they got out and walked to the Huo family's gate. The soldier on duty at the gate recognized Huo Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji, so he immediately saluted Huo Xiaoheng. "Happy New Year, Chief." Huo Xiaoheng nodded. "Happy New Year. Thank you for your hard work." Gu Nianji purposely walked half a step behind so she wouldn't have to accept the soldier's salute. She wasn't a military personnel and didn't have the right to accept a military salute. Gu Nianji respected soldiers very much. Whether they were generals or private soldiers, they were all the same to her. Following Huo Xiaoheng to the entrance of the Huo family's living room, Gu Nianji felt very emotional. What happened on New Year's Eve last year was still vivid in her mind. Coming back here today, it actually felt like a lifetime ago. Huo Xiaoheng's expression was very calm as he strode ahead of Gu Nianji. When they entered the living room, they discovered that there were actually a few guests there. On the pearl gray 3-piece sofa in the living room, Huo Guangchen sat on one side and Tan Guiren, Kai Xingnan, and Mrs. Tan, Kai Songyin, sat across from him. Huo Xiaoheng knew that he had fallen into his father's trap again. However, since he had already come in, it would be very rude to turn around and leave in front of these people. Huo Xiaoheng's professional habit was never to be rude in public. Even if he was embarrassing people, he had to be elegant and decent. He couldn't use any vulgarities when cursing, or else it would be tarnishing his identity. He walked over with a faint smile and greeted all the guests in the living room. "Happy New Year, everyone." He then asked his father, Huo Guangchen, "General Huo, where's grandfather?" Huo Guangchen saw that Huo Xiaoheng didn't even call him father in front of the guests and felt a bit embarrassed. He said with a fierce expression, "Who are you talking to? How impudent." Tan Guiren saw this and immediately smiled. "Uncle Huo, don't say that. Huo Xiao calls you general out of respect and intimacy." "Oh. I can hear respect, but where does intimacy come from?" "Cousin, you can't be so biased." Kai Xingnan clapped her hands and smiled as she continued. She looked very eager to learn and even winked at Tan Guiren. Tan Guiren blushed slightly and said softly, "Nowadays, many young people and children like to call their parents like that. They don't call them mom and dad, but by their names and honorifics. I think it's much more intimate than calling them mom and dad." "Oh. That's a way of saying it." Huo Guangchen laughed immediately and had an even better impression of Tan Guiren. He looked somewhat similar to Huo Xiaoheng and had also been the flower of the military in the past. Although he was getting on in years, he was still very handsome when he wasn't pulling a long face. Even the knowledgeable Kai Xingnan was dazed when she saw Huo Guangchen smile. "Miss Tan is really good with words." Huo Guangchen was very polite to Tan Guiren and turned to look at Kai Songyin. "Mrs. Tan has been raised well." Last time, Song Jining had clearly expressed that she didn't want Tan Guiren to be her daughter-in-law. Kai Songyin had originally been very angry and felt that Song Jining's words in public were completely uncultured. It was only after Huo Guangchen very sincerely apologized to her and Prime Minister Tan that she forgave them. Of course, this forgiveness was completely because of Tan Guiren. If they hadn't seen that Tan Guiren loved Huo Xiaoheng, they would have blacklisted the Huo family at any time. As the Prime Minister of the cabinet, Tan Dongbang had already established himself in the cabinet after surviving the impeachment. Kai Song-in believed that nothing could shake their family's position, so she wasn't as respectful and fawning over the Huo family as before. Moreover, the Kai family controlled the media industry, so it was too easy to smear an entire family. Any random topic could make the Huo family the center of attention. However, now that Tan Dongbang had just escaped the misfortune of being impeached, Kai Song-in didn't want to make too many enemies for now. Because of these reasons, she didn't argue with the Huo family. If Tan Guiren hadn't heard that Huo Xiaoheng was injured and insisted on seeing him today, Kai Song-in wouldn't have stepped foot in the Huo family's front door. She had her pride. Okay, I still have things to do at the Prime Minister's residence, so I'll leave first. Kai Song-in sent Tan Guiren there and planned to go back. She said to Kai Xingnan, your cousin is pure and kind. She's no match for those with ulterior motives. Help me look after her and don't let anyone bully her. Tan Guiren blushed and rubbed her hands uncomfortably. Mommy, don't say that. No one will bully me here. Kai Xingnan promised, little auntie, don't worry. I'll definitely protect my cousin. Huo Guanchen also stood up. Mrs. Tan, don't you want to have a simple meal before you leave? No need. The Prime Minister's residence can't do without me. Kai Song-in smiled reservedly. Her fair face was full of grace and elegance. When she walked past Gu Nianji, Kai Song-in paused and said with a smile, Miss Gu, right? If our Guiren offends you in any way, I hope Miss Gu will be magnanimous and not stoop to her level. She's been spoiled since she was young and has never been in contact with society. She's pure and doesn't have any bad intentions. Gu Nianji chuckled. Mrs. Tan's words are contradictory. If your Miss Guiren is pure and doesn't have any bad intentions, then why would she offend me? You also know that I have no one to rely on, so I never make things difficult for others unless they take the initiative to make things difficult for me. Kai Song-in's expression changed, and she snorted. You only know how to use your glib tongue. It was the second watch. Good night, sweethearts. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.